Good morning and welcome to the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. We'll begin this morning by taking attendance, and I'll ask our Deputy Counsel John Weiss to call the roll.
Chair Carroll,
Here.
Vice Chair Bland, Commissioner Chapin,
Here.
Commissioner Chen,
Yeah.
Commissioner Chu,
Here.
Commissioner Ginsburg, here, Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Jefferson,
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Here.
Commissioner Master.
Here.
All right, good morning again and welcome to our public hearing and public meeting of June 25th, 2024. This meeting is being held in our public hearing room at 1 Center Street on the 9th floor. It is also being held via Zoom for anyone who would like to participate remotely. And it is being live streamed on our YouTube channel if you would just like to watch the proceedings. We have a full agenda today. We are going to start with 2 proposals for designation brought to us by the research department, which we will be voting on. And then we will move to a public meeting agenda for applications for work on designated properties that have already had a public hearing. And then finally, we'll move to our public hearing agenda to review new applications for work on designated properties. And before we get started, I do want to make an announcement that you commissioners already know about, but our public doesn't. And this is a bittersweet announcement that our Director of Research, Kate Lemos-McHale, will be moving to Maine this summer to become the Executive Director of Greater Portland Landmarks, which is a nonprofit advocacy and preservation organization in Portland, Maine. And today is her last hearing with LPC. So it's very bittersweet. I want to thank you, Kate, for your incredible service to the Landmarks Commission and to the city. And I'm so pleased that you came to LPC during my tenure as executive director and then as chair. It's been such an incredible pleasure working with you. And for all of you, Kate became the director of research in 2016. And from the beginning, she embraced the goals of equity and inclusion in our designations and led the department in work to fulfill those goals, including not only equitable representation in our designations that reflect the diversity of our city, but also in implementing policies that ensure that work is embedded in our research methodology, such as initiatives for inclusive research, and working with the employee working group that developed a sensitive language document to guide our language in not only our reports, but throughout our communications as an agency. And in addition to Kate's scholarship, she brought other leadership skills to her work, including incredible writing and communication skills, and something really unique, an understanding of how potential landmarks may need to change under our regulations. And this was a really important lens as our agency considered properties for designation. She's been an incredible joy to work with her strong leadership skills, her calm demeanor, and sense of humor. And we're going to miss you very much at LPC. And Greater Portland Landmarks is lucky to have you. And I know that you will bring all of your skills to bear in Portland. And I look forward to seeing this next step in your career and in your life adventure. So thank you so much, Kate. So with that, I'm going to now actually turn it over to Kate to take us through our research agenda.
Wow, thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you all of you. It's been such an incredible honor to work here and to work with all of you and all of the important designations that we've done. And I know that work will continue and that New York City's historic architecture and culture and heritage is in very good hands. Thank you. Try to get through this. Item number 1 this morning is LP 2683, Willoughby-Hart Historic District in Brooklyn, with a boundary as described in the agenda and the presentation given today by Sarah Eccles. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Eccles.
The proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District consists of 2 blocks of cohesive historic streetscapes with row houses built between the early 1870s and 1890s, representing the early development of the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood in the late 19th century. Largely employing the popular neo-Greek style, the resulting rhythm of intact stoops with decorative ironwork, ornamental door and window enframements, and projecting cornice line give the proposed district a strong sense of place and architectural quality that stands out within the broader neighborhood. At the public hearing on Tuesday, June 11th, we heard testimony in support of designation from State Senator Jabari Bridgeport, New York State Assembly member Stephanie Zeinerman, as well as representatives of the Brooklyn Community Board 3, the Historic Districts Council, Save Harlem Now, the Victorian Society of New York, and 43 owners, residents, and neighborhoods of the proposed district. Additionally, we heard testimony from 10 opposed parties, including owners and neighbors, and an attorney representing 33 homeowners, some of whom submitted individual testimony. In addition, we received 117 letters of support, including from City Council member Chi Ose, and 115 letters in opposition to designation. Commissioners, please note these counts are inclusive of in-person and written testimony and include some overlaps. The proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District is bounded by Nostrand Avenue to the east, Marcy Avenue to the west, Willoughby Avenue to the north, and Hart Street to the south. It is located in the northwest corner of the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood in the vicinity of the Clinton Hill and Bedford-Stuyvesant historic districts. The proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District was first identified as an area of interest in a 1992 LPC survey of Bed-Stuy. Following this survey, LPC prioritized the larger historic district identified in Bed-Stuy and continued to designate districts and individual landmarks across the city. In 2008, the proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District was determined eligible for the National Register. In 2021, the proposed district was prioritized for further consideration as part of a comprehensive survey update of Bed-Stuy, where we would determine these 2 blocks retain good integrity and represent crucial early development in Bed-Stuy. Subsequently, we received a request for evaluation from the Block Association for a historic district encompassing this area. We have carefully studied it within the broader neighborhood context and in comparison to other historic districts in Bed-Stuy and determined it merits consideration for designation. The location of the proposed historic district was historically part of a community known as Cripplebush, which developed in the mid-17th century along the historic Cripplebush Road that connected the settlement of Bedford Corners to Newtown and Queens. Additional roads built in the early 19th century increased accessibility and led to growth. In 1855, the neighborhood, along with the surrounding areas of Bushwick and Williamsburg, were annexed by the city of Brooklyn and collectively known as the Eastern District. The land immediately within the proposed historic district was part of Henry Boehm's property. Boehm was an early landowner in Brooklyn, and his descendants were responsible for the development of the oldest row houses within the proposed district. Development started slowly in the 1870s. The first groups of houses on Willoughby, developed by the Boehms, are still intact. The rest of the row houses in the proposed district were designed, constructed, and planned by a small group of builders, owners, and local Brooklyn architects, such as Thomas E. Greenland, Arthur Taylor, and Isaac D. Reynolds. By the mid-1880s, the blocks had been nearly fully developed. The rapid rate of construction was largely influenced by the nearby BRT stations on Myrtle and Lafayette Avenues. By 1898, all the buildings in the proposed district were constructed. The neighborhood is characterized by long, consistent rows of preserved row houses. Many of the early inhabitants of these houses were Jewish immigrants from Russia, a large majority of whom were also local business owners. The homes were owner-occupied until the 1920s, where most were split between multiple families who rented space. By the mid-20th century, the African-American community grew here as it did in the larger Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood, and in 1969, of the 250,000 people living in Bed-Stuy, 80% were Black and 10% were Puerto Rican. In the 1960s, the Central Brooklyn Coordinating Council lobbied Senator Robert F. Kennedy to visit Bed-Stuy and worked with his staff to form the first federally funded community development corporation, the Bedford-Stuyvesant Development and Service Corporation, which focused on the restoration largely carried out by local men learning skilled trades. including a 24-year-old welder's apprentice who told Mrs. Joan Kennedy on her 1969 visit he was learning a skilled trade to make a better life. Number 485 Willoughby Avenue and the 5 adjoining row houses were restored as part of this program, reflecting the great pride residents took in their neighborhood. After her visit, Mrs. Kennedy told the press, "Everywhere I saw people working together to make their own neighborhood better." For a period in the 1950s, number 448 Willoughby Avenue was home to famed jazz drummer Max Roach, who played with notable jazz musicians, including Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Parker, Thelonious Monk. While living on Willoughby, Roach frequently drove other musicians into the village to play sets. And number 27 Hart Street was home to Countess Alma van Blücher. Blücher married the grandson of General von Blücher, famed for leading his army against Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Beyond the quote-unquote famous people, these streets were home to businessmen, including a pioneer in the sheet, metal, steel, and iron industry, a female doctor practicing in Brooklyn since 1902, a veteran of the Spanish-American War, a captain of the Civil War who served under the Missouri Volunteers, an African-American woman who was a project manager of the WPA in the 1940s, and everyday working people. The historic rows within the proposed district are close to 150 years old and have been well maintained by generations of families. Shown here is our analysis of the building dates and styles represented in the proposed district. All the row houses were built during the last 3 decades of the 19th century during a time of transition from farmland to dense residential development. The most common architectural style is neo-Grec, seen throughout the proposed district, employed throughout the phases of development. Row houses featuring a combination of neo-Grec and Second Empire stylistic features are among the earliest buildings constructed, and a row of Romanesque Revival style and Queen Anne style houses on Hart Street are among the latest. The consistency and age and style creates a distinctively cohesive streetscape. Among the oldest houses in the area is a small group of Second Empire style, popular between 1865 and 1875. These 6 row houses on Willoughby Avenue are exemplified through their distinctive mansard roofs, which have remained largely intact. These buildings were constructed in 1872 by the Borum family, who owned the majority of this land in the 19th century. The most common style in the proposed district is the neo-Grec style, popular between 1865 and 1885 during the time of most development. The neo-Grec style is exemplified by its stylized classical details and angular forms, including heavy door hoods and window enframelments, incised details, high stone stoop with cast iron handrails, and projecting cornices with angular brackets. Among the oldest examples of neo-Grec in the proposed district are this group, developed by the daughter of Henry Borum, Susan Vanderveer, and her husband Charles. These houses on Hart Street were designed in the Romanesque Revival style, popular between the 1880s and 1890s. This style is exemplified through its distinctive rough-faced stone, rusticated basements, and arch entrances. The row also features Queen Anne elements such as checkerboard patterning, intricate carved detail, and imposing L-shaped stoops. These row houses came in the last phase of development in the proposed district in the 1890s, designed and constructed by Thomas E. Greenland, one of the most active builders in the district. The proposed district has good integrity overall, with consistent historic streetscapes. Since calendaring, there has been activity at DOB, which we have mapped. The red and green stripes representing resurfacing and/or rooftop additions. The black hatching represents facade repair. These alterations do not detract from the strong historic architectural character, streetscape integrity, and sense of place consistent with similar historic districts. Commissioners, as we noted at the public hearing, we have held 3 owner information sessions this year, including most recently on May 8th. We were responsive to concerns raised about timing and postponed the initially scheduled public meetings on March 26th and April 9th. At each owner information session, we provided an explanation of why the proposed historic district is significant and answered questions about our review process for proposed changes, including rear extensions. We also offered and held many one-on-one meetings with property owners. The proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District consists of historically and architecturally significant brownstone streetscapes that stand out within the broader neighborhood and exemplify its early residential development. These two blocks of Willoughby Avenue and Hart Street have maintained good integrity and consistent high architectural quality, which creates a distinct sense of place. Therefore, the Research Department recommends the Commission vote to designate the Willoughby-Hart Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Commissioners, if you have any questions, Corey and Kate can call on you so your names can be entered into the record before you ask any questions. So are there any questions? Okay. I'm going to take that as a no.
No question.
Okay, great, thanks. And, this has been a process, and we have engaged the public and in many ways, and I'm happy we're here at this moment today. We do have a commissioner who is not present today, Commissioner Goldblum, who sent in a written statement because he felt that it was an important issue he wanted to address, and he unfortunately could not be present today, and he's asked me to read his statement. So I'll start with that, and then we'll see if anyone else has any comments. So starting now, this is from Commissioner Michael Goldblum. I'm sorry I cannot attend this week's hearing, but I was deeply troubled by the testimony and felt the need to request to enter these remarks into the record. At the June 11th hearing, allegations were made that designation of the Willoughby-Hart proposed district would be an anti-Semitic act. To be precise, one man stated that, quote, never in the history of the USA has a body voted to remove this many Jews from the streets through passing a vote. And also noted other residents want a community without Jews, unquote. Several others expressed similar sentiments, implying or accusing this commission of racism via designation. Supporting their claim, they cited trash left on Jewish residents' stoops, neglect in inviting them to meetings, and verbal abuse. One commenter, who went way over his allotted time and was asked by staff and then by the audience to conclude, accused the room of continuing its anti-Semitic harassment, even here in the hearing room. It was a staggering event, one of the most troubling and bizarre hearings I can recall in my 14 years as a commissioner. The accusing testifiers did so because they said a landmark designation would limit a homeowner from enlarging his or her building, unavoidably forcing people with large families to move out. There are many questions I could ask them to try to find any merit in what seems to me to be a very weak argument. A buyer of a townhouse who wants to enlarge it is subject to zoning, the 4 main building codes, fire code, energy code, DOT, DEP, and more. Each one limits what we can build. Each changes over time, shuffling and shifting the rules we all build by. Are these all therefore anti-Semitic? LPC does impose constraints on development, but as anyone who has spent a half hour watching our YouTube hearings or sitting here in this room on any given Tuesday would attest, landmark districts are full of change, awash in enlargements, and open to reasonable arguments to consider special conditions when possible. Regrettably, anti-Semitism is real. Jewish people get abused, harassed, hurt, or even killed for being Jewish, now more than in over 30 years. But as an observant Jew with a personal familiarity with the pain that anti-Semitism can cause, I would say that anyone, especially a Jew, who uses the accusation of anti-Semitism or racism, cynically or otherwise, to influence a land use process like this, is doing all Jews and all minorities a disservice. Because to misuse the claim is to diminish its power. When the time comes that we urgently need to rally against true racists and anti-Semites, those who have worn the phrase out by overplaying it may find that it is more easily dismissed by the broader public. The proposed Willoughby-Hart district is charming, though it is neither unique nor pristine. But our regulations do not require uniqueness or perfection. They require a determination first by staff and then by us that the district possesses qualities of historical and cultural importance sufficient to merit, in our view, landmark protection. I, for one, find that it meets those standards, comparing this district to similar districts and finding it similar enough in quality and historic interest to merit protection. But landmark designation is a tool favored by some for reasons other than those that motivate us here. Some seek to use it to forestall development. Some are sentimentally attached to their neighborhoods and are determined to keep them from changing. We as a commission do not view the city as stagnant and do not see designation as a hard stop on development. So we have to be careful, even when many in a neighborhood support it, that economic, sentimental, or anti-development motives do not infect the designation process. I am confident that if this district is approved today, it will be administered by the staff, Jews and non-Jews alike, with the same fairness, openness that they offer to other communities and individuals of any color, race, religion, ability, gender, or sexual orientation, whose buildings are protected by our regulations. Michael Goldblum. Okay, so I want to thank Commissioner Goldblum for sending that statement in and kicking off the discussion. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on today's proposed designation? Yes,
Commissioner Mark Ginsburg.
Oh, sorry. We'll start with Commissioner Ginsburg and then Kate, why don't we go through the people in the room and then we'll go to Commissioner Chapin.
I want to totally agree with Commissioner Goldblum's statement and also emphasize that not only do we get lots of additions on a weekly basis, but that internal work, dividing up space, isn't reviewed by us and is reviewed by staff on a very simple level that it doesn't affect the exterior. And so we're not preventing change. We're just preserving the historic character and historic importance of these buildings. And so I strongly support the designation and totally agree with Commissioner Goldblum's statement.
Thank you very much. All right, Kate, anyone else?
Yeah, I'm going to say something. Thank you.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Just want to say that I am truly delighted that today we, or certainly I, will be voting to support the designation of the Willoughby-Hart Historic District in Bed-Stuy. These two blocks, with their mix of Neo-Greek Empire and Romanesque Revival architecture, are clearly meritorious and deserve designation. It will be a great addition to the mix of Bed-Stuy streets and areas that are already historic districts. I have been really impressed and appreciative of this very strong commitment that community advocates for this designation have shared with us to preserve not only the history of their built environment, but also the heritage and the culture of their neighborhood, which positively impacts not only their local community, but the borough of Brooklyn and certainly the city as a whole. I mean, it's important to look at this from every single level. Also, it's a total fallacy, as two of my fellow commissioners indicated, that landmarking the district will prevent owners from renovating their homes. There are, as we've heard, so many city rules and regulations coming from a variety of city agencies that strictly govern this. Our staff works every single day with applicants on the renovation and expansion of their homes. We receive these applicants. We commissioners sit at the table over the weeks and months of the year and the days that we meet, reviewing a range of submissions for rear yard extensions, rooftop additions, repointing bricks and more. So landmarking is not and doesn't have to be restrictive. What it does is it offers homeowners and the community at large a framework that enables them to preserve not only the integrity of their homes, but also the integrity of their community, the history of the neighborhoods they live in, and the culture surrounding it, which includes, as I said before, the whole borough and the city as a whole. This is a very, very special moment. And as I said, I'm just delighted to be part of it and look forward to seeing this happen.
Great. Thank you so much. Kate, I'll ask you to let us know if there are any other comments in the room.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Chapin?
Yes, I just want to say that I think that the research of staff has been excellent, working with the local community over a very long time, actually. And that in this case, the quality and the condition of the architecture in this proposed district makes it very appropriate for designation as a historic district. And I'd say.
Great, thank you. Thank you all very much for your comments. And, I agree. The proposed Willoughby-Hart Historic District is a very special place, and we heard a lot of testimony about this. We also heard in the testimony comments about the Commission's history evaluating the district. And so I just want to be clear on that. LPC undertook a significant survey of the larger Bed-Stuy neighborhood in 1992 and identified several sections that were meritorious. And over the years, the agency prioritized the largest of those sections as we continue to survey and designate neighborhoods across all 5 boroughs. And since excuse me, the 1992 survey, we had designated the larger districts that had been identified as priorities. And we've gone on to do further study of the other areas that were identified as areas of interest. And we are now moving forward with this proposal, the first among the others, because it is more removed from the areas where we have the large districts and less represented area, and because of interest from the block associations. And in making a decision to prioritize this study and the owner outreach for these 2 streets, I myself went on a site visit to tour this and the larger Bed-Stuy area and found that these streets really stood out architecturally within their immediate surroundings. And further, it was my impression that these streets were comparable to the already designated streets in the other Bed-Stuy historic districts in terms of style and integrity. And our research team prioritized the research, and we began owner outreach in January of this year. We've had 3 owner meetings, as you've heard, and more than 20 meetings with individual owners. And that's because owner outreach is an important part of the designation process. It is critical that we ensure that all affected property owners are informed before we enter into the process. And so in this case, we delayed the calendaring vote twice in response to requests from some community members and continued our outreach efforts before moving ahead. Then we heard testimony at the hearing, and I want to address the testimony on both sides of the debate on whether or how landmark designation limits or affects an own ability to make changes. And as you've heard from all of our commissioners so far, it should be emphasized that designation does not prevent change. The commission works closely with owners to help them make changes that meet their needs while preserving the significant architectural features of the building. And the commission routinely approves rooftop and rear yard expansions, both at staff level and at commission level. And if a homeowner's plans for a rooftop or rear yard addition meet the criteria for a permit, the permit will be issued. We cannot and do not arbitrarily withhold these approvals. And over the last 4 months, we have met with many property owners who are thinking about changes, and we will continue to work with any property owner who is contemplating a future proposal, as we do in every neighborhood. So we encourage people to continue to take advantage of the resources we have to bring our processes and to make our processes more accessible to the public. And we are here, we have an incredible staff who can work with property owners to help them meet their goals. And so today, I would strongly urge that we consider designation of these 2 stand-up streets based on their architectural and historic merit. These streets are lined with row houses that were built within a 20-year time frame beginning in 1871, during a time that the area was rapidly transforming from farmland to dense residential development, and built in varying styles that were popular at the time, including the Neo-Greek Second Empire style, Queen Anne, and Romanesque Revival styles. And the consistency of their development and the variety of the stylistic features provide both unity and variety that I believe creates a distinct sense of place. So I think with that, Commissioner Lutfi, would you make the motion and we'll have a vote on this designation?
Thank you. Whoops. I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission designate the Willoughby-Hart Historic District, Borough of Brooklyn, as a New York City Historic District because it contains buildings and other improvements which have a special character and a special historical and aesthetic interest and value, and which represent one or more eras in the history of New York City, and which cause this area, by reason of these factors, to constitute a distinct section of the city. I'm just going to wait for a minute. Are we good?
Yeah, are you
For
done?
This historic district is part of the development, heritage, and culture of the city, state, and nation, as set forth in the designation report for LP-2683 dated June 25th, 2024. I also move that the district be designated with the boundaries as described in the designation report and illustrated in the attached map.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, John, will you call the vote?
Sure, Carol.
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen. Aye. Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed.
All right, that is officially designated our latest New York City Historic District. Thank you all, and I want to thank all of the members of the public who participated in this process. Thank you, and we'll now, Kate, move to the next item.
growing up, my parents, they worked so hard. I mean, on Willoughby Avenue, where that area was redlined, and my parents couldn't get along. We would have a business. So my brother and sister and I, we struggled so hard to maintain that building. And to this day, we still love this block in that building. And I appreciate what you've been doing for us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 2 this morning is LP 2679, the One Wall Street Banking Room Interior at 1 Wall Street, Manhattan, Block 23, Lot 7501. Manhattan, Block 23, Lot 7501, AKA Lot 7 in part. The item proposed for designation is the former banking hall and reception room of the Irving Trust Company at 1 Wall Street, designed in the Art Deco style by Ralph Walker in 1931 and featuring elaborate mosaic tile, wall, and ceiling finishes designed by Hildreth Mier, consisting of the building's northernmost room and its fixtures and interior components, which may include but are not limited to the historic wall surfaces, ceiling surfaces, floor surfaces, columns, vestibule, lighting fixtures, attached furnishings, doors, windows, decorative metalwork, and attached decorative elements. Presenting this morning is Lisa Buckley.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Lisa Buckley from the Research Department. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Too far. Completed in 1931, the banking room of 1 Wall Street was conceived by architect Ralph Walker and muralist Hildreth Mier as the impressive reception room and banking hall of the Irving Trust Company. This extraordinary, elaborately tiled space, known as the Red Room, was the first of several interior collaborations between Mier and Walker, and is the only abstract mosaic mural by Mier, whose designs typically included allegorical features executed in an Art Deco manner. On May 14th, 2024, a public hearing was held, and representatives of 4 groups spoke in favor of the designation, including the International Hildreth Mier Association, the Art Deco Society, the New York City Landmarks Conservancy, and the Historic Districts Council. The building's owner and a representative of Community Board 1 also spoke in favor of the designation. 1 Wall Street, a designated individual landmark, is located at the intersection of Broadway and Wall Street in the heart of Manhattan's financial district. The banking room occupies the north end of the first floor of the building. The proposed landmark site is illustrated here, outlined in red. The 1 Wall Street building, originally the Irving Trust Company building, now known as the Bank of New York building, was designated a landmark in 2001 and sensitively converted to residential and retail use in 2022. The stunning former banking hall interior is the building's original public reception space and remains incredibly intact. Ralph Walker, the architect of 1 Wall Street, was a principal of Voorhees, Gmelin, and Walker. Walker was one of New York's most noteworthy designers of Art Deco high-rise buildings. He became known for designing buildings for telecommunications companies, including several buildings for AT&T, as well as other groups. Harry Coke Smith, Ralph Walker's assistant in charge of the banking hall, went on to become a partner in the firm in 1938. His notable architectural designs include the Mud Engineering Building at Columbia University. Hildreth Mier was a highly talented and accomplished muralist, proficient in a variety of mediums. Mier's impressive body of work includes painted and mosaic murals in churches and synagogues throughout the country, as well as the rondelles on the facade of Radio City Music Hall. We are grateful to the descendants of Hildreth Mier and the International Hildreth Mier Association for providing access to their archives in support of our research on this designation. Mier was admired for her ability to understand how to effectively collaborate with architects, which led to many successful commissions. Mier's work in the 1920s and early 1930s on the Nebraska State Capitol building embodied themes of classical and Native American imagery. In New York City, Mier's mosaics graced the interiors of St. Bartholomew's Church and Temple Emmanuel. After One Wall Street, Walker and Mier next collaborated on the AT&T long-distance building lobby, and thereafter on several subsequent buildings for other corporate interests. Construction of One Wall Street commenced in 1929 and was completed in 1931. The decorative concept was developed by Walker, who engaged Mier to work on the Banking Hall mural. Abstract designs were a departure from Mier's typically representative murals and mosaics, both preceding and after. She collaborated with Smith to develop the color gradations and scale of the design. The tile was manufactured in Berlin and shipped on paper backing for installation. The aim of the designers was to create a room that was warm and inviting, contrasting with the cold marble of earlier banking halls. While there is a repeating motif throughout the room, its irregular shape means that each surface appears distinctive and unique. Each elevation was designated with an alphanumeric code that was stamped on individual tiles to indicate their installation location. The Irving Trust and Bank Company and its successor firms occupied the building and continued to use the banking room until 2014. As you can see in these photographs, the room has had several different configurations, originally sparsely furnished, and by the mid-century, carpeted in red, of course, and furnished with symmetrical rows of desks. Banking room's undulating walls and ceiling gleam with intricate mosaic tile in warm colors that begin in oxblood red near the floor and fade upward to orange across the ceiling. These colored tiles are intertwined with web-like patterns of gold tiles that create a striking verticality. The walls mimic the curved stone facades of the Art Deco skyscraper's exterior. The design of the room overlooks no details. The banking hall remains largely unchanged since its construction. Minor changes made to the space are limited to updated lighting fixtures, covering of the tile floors, ceiling penetrations for light fixtures and sprinklers, and some replacement heating grates. The current owners undertook a full restoration of the former banking hall. It was temporarily used as the sales office for the condominiums occupying the upper stories of the building and is now being converted to retail space. Commissioners, you may recall a recent application for exterior alterations to this building, including changes to the entry vestibule in this space. This will be carried out as part of ongoing rehabilitation work, including restoring the transparency of the monumental windows and reversible furnishing installations. Representing the work of masters in their fields, the banking room of One Wall Street is a striking and rare example of an abstract mosaic interior by Mier and an elaborate stylistic departure from the typical stone-clad banking hall. The research department recommends that the Landmark Preservation Commission votes to designate the One Wall Street banking room interior as an interior landmark.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm so glad that we're looking at this today. Kate, I'll ask you if you can see if we have any questions around the table.
No questions.
No questions. Okay. All right, so then I'd like to move to comments. Would anyone like to comment on this proposed designation?
Commissioner Chu?
I think that this room is quite impressive and incredible. It's amazing that it has survived essentially intact for this much time. I think the characteristics of the room that have been identified are noteworthy, are its expression, strong, bold, the colors, the use of the natural light from the windows of the exterior design of the building, I think are tremendous. Its plasticity of form, I think, is quite unique from its Art Deco period. And also the way it was constructed and built, the craftsmanship and the use of prefabrication and sending the materials overseas to create this unique, intricately crafted piece, I think is definitely is worthy of protection.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I have never experienced a room like this in my time. It's a super sensualist room. It's so sensual and special. The scale of the room and the scale of the room creates this atmosphere that's unique. I've never seen it before. It's a true delight to me, to the senses. And I think it's appropriate for its designation.
Commissioner Chen?
I agree with all the comments. To think about this was just at the beginning of the Great Depression and just before World War II. It's lucky that we got it in nick of time and to show the resiliency of the human race.
Commissioner Lutfi?
I agree with my fellow commissioners' wonderful comments. I just want to say it was extraordinary to see this room, to be in it. I was so happy that we had the opportunity to tour it. When you enter it, it's so dramatic and elegant. It's like you have this wow moment, and it's a hidden gem. And I'm so glad that we're designating it, and I hope that at some point that the community at large has an opportunity to see it, because no one has seen it in such a long time.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
And I just add a thank you to the owners for so beautifully restoring it and maintaining it.
I think that's it in the room, Sarah.
Thank you, Kate. Commissioner Chapin? Commissioner Chapin, if you're speaking, you're muted. Sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll start over again. I also want to praise the owners for the restoration. And just this is a wonderful architectural expression which has framed this space. And then an important piece of Art Deco history, which is created by a noted woman artist, which is just really unique, absolutely beautiful, and an impressively intact space. And I too hope that others will soon be able to see it, because it is just an outstanding example.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you, commissioners. This is a very exciting moment. We've had a long history with 1 Wall Street, which was designated as an individual landmark in 2001. And we started working with the owner on a set of proposed changes to convert the building to residential use. And at that time, started discussing the future potential designation of the Red Room once it reopened to the public. The owners completed a beautiful and complicated conversion of the building, and in doing so, treated the Red Room as if it were already designated as they began the restoration work. And that was in about 2016, and that has now been, the conversion is completed and the building is being occupied, which is just wonderful. And so we revisited the conversations about designation after the completion. And we were excited to learn that Printemps would be occupying the Red Room. And from our initial conversations with Printemps, they have completely embraced the idea of designation and celebrated this beautiful space. Several of us commissioners visited the site during this process and saw the incredible craftsmanship and design that my commissioner, other commissioners have spoken so eloquently about. And these mosaic walls were created by Hildreth Mier, a master muralist who designed these stunning mosaics and really led the way for women in architecture and design. And so it's wonderful to be able to celebrate her work as well. And I am truly excited to see the completion of the work by Printemps, and really looking forward to the time when they will be opening and this remarkable room will be opened to the public for all to experience and enjoy. And I know that's something they're actively working toward and looking forward to. And I think this is just a perfect set of circumstances for all of us to be involved in this together in partnership. So I want to thank the owners and Printemps and the staff for your incredible work on this, and all of you commissioners. So with that, Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion?
Sure. No, what? Another copy? Yeah. Is this the copy? Okay. I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission designate One Wall Street banking room interior, borough of the Manhattan as a New York City interior landmark because of its special character and special historic and aesthetic interests and value as part of the development, heritage, and cultural characteristics of the city, state, and nation as set forth in the designation report for LP-2679 dated June 25th, 2024. I also move that Borough of Manhattan Tax Map Block 23, Lot 7501, formerly Lot 7, in part, consisting of the building's northernmost room and its fixtures and interior components, which may include, but are not limited to, the historic wall surfaces, ceiling surfaces, floor surfaces, columns, vestibule, lighting fixtures, attached furnishings, doors, windows, decorative metalwork, and attached decorative elements be designated at this landmark site as described in the designation report and illustrated in the attachment.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master,
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That is now our latest official New York City interior landmark. Thank you all. Right, and we will now move to our Preservation Department agendas, and we'll turn it over to Corey Harala, our Director of Preservation.
Right. Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. We'll start today's Preservation Department public meeting agenda with public meeting item number 1, LPC 24-06015, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 501, Lot 12, 138 Prince Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a modified Romanesque style warehouse designed by Henry M. Congdon and built in 1879, with a later extension built in 1894. The application is to install signage and privacy film. This was last presented at the public hearing of March 26, 2024. No action was taken at that time. The staff will be presenting the revisions to the proposal. You may begin.
Good morning, Commissioners and New Council Preservation staff. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of Prince Street and West Broadway in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. The item was initially presented at the March 18th public hearing. The proposed work included installing signage, including blade signs, pin-mounted, halo-lit signage, vinyl signage, and digital display screens and privacy film. No action was taken at that time. The commissioners did not object to the privacy film or digital screens. However, some commissioners did express concerns regarding the total amount of signage, including reuse of existing blade sign armature previously approved by the commission, the location of the pin-mounted halo-lit signage, which obscured decorative arched brickwork above the window openings, and a lack of hierarchy in terms of the signage locations as they relate to the West Broadway and Prince Street entrances. In response to the commissioner's comments, the applicants have made the following revisions. 1, reducing the total signage package by eliminating the applied vinyl signage and revising the bracket signs to 4 locations. Reducing the size of the pin-mounted halo-lit signage and relocating to no longer conceal the decorative arched brickwork. 3, reduce signage along Prince Street, including removing the pin-mounted halo-lit signage and removing the applied vinyl signage at the storefront. This sheet depicts the changes at the Prince Street facade. The pin-mounted halo-lit signage and applied vinyl signage has been removed. 2 bracket signs are proposed using existing armature. And this is a close-up of the storefront. So the vinyl signage at this storefront has been removed. Additionally, the privacy film no longer extends the height of the full opening, stopping below the transom. This sheet depicts the changes at the West Broadway facade. The vinyl signage at the entrances has been removed. 2 bracket signs are proposed using existing armature, and the pin-mounted halo-lit signage has been reduced in size and relocated above the decorative brickwork. So these are detailed drawings of the proposed signage. And this is a close-up of the pin-mounted signage located above the arched brickwork above the window openings. It has been mounted on a metal channel, which will be finished to match the brick to reduce penetrations into the brick. And then we have some renders. These are the renderings which show the revisions. The commissioners will note that the decorative arched brickwork is not represented here, but you can see it accurately in the previous detailed drawings. So these are each of the West Broadway facade, and then a close-up of the pin-mounted signage on West Broadway. And the applicants are here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, commissioners, do we have any questions in the room? Not seeing any questions or hands raised. Turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you. All right, so this is an application, as you've just heard, came to us for signage, and at that time we generally supported the types of signage, but did have concerns about the cumulative effect and the sort of hierarchy of how they were placed on the 2 facades, and in particular the location of the sign within the decorative sign band. So the applicant has reduced the signage, has limited those backlit signs to only 8-inch high letters on the West Broadway facade, has reduced and organized the number of bracket signs and reduced the film and the vinyl signage in response to those comments. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Master, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think that the changes that they've made were very responsive to the comments that we had, and I think it's very effective. I actually can find this appropriate.
Right. Thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Jefferson.
What I think is that the size of the sign has just improved this facade. The scale of it is improved. The whole thing has a better compositional effect on this whole facade. I can approve this.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
Agreed, I can approve.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
Same here.
Does anyone have any other thoughts, different thoughts? All right, so I think that this has been responsive, and I think we may be ready to make the motion. Commissioner Master, would you read the motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC-24-06015, 138 Prince Street, in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, a modified Romanesque style warehouse designed by Henry Congdon, built in 1879 with a later extension built in 1894. Application is to install signage and privacy film. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the building lacks a typical sign band and that there is historic precedence for signage installations on the brickwork at the base of the building along West Broadway. That the pin-mounted signage will be located above the arched openings and occur at mortar joints and not through decorative brickwork. That the halo-lit black painted metal lettering will be well scaled to the base of the building and will not detract from the streetscape. That the proposed digital screens and display cases will be inset from the sides and tops and set back 18 inches from the windows and will not substantially reduce the collective transparency of the numerous modestly sized display windows. That the proposed gradient privacy film at the large Prince Street display window will be applied to the interior face of the glazing and will be reversible and will maintain some transparency into the interior of the store. And that the cumulative amount of signage, including the proposed pin-mounted lettering, digital displays, and the 4 existing bracket signs to be reutilized will not detract from the building or the streetscape.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
So second.
Thank you. And John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved. Thank you very much. And we'll move to the next item.
The next item is public meeting item number 2, LPC 24-04987, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 622, Lot 39, 276 West 11th Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a row house built in 1852 and altered with eclectic federal-style elements in 1924. The application is to remove historic elements, install a stoop, modify masonry openings, and install new infill, remove studio skylights, construct a rooftop addition, and alter the rear facade. This was last presented at the public hearing of April 9th, 2024. No action was taken at that time, and the applicants will present revisions to their proposal after we open the proceedings.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to open the proceedings? Oh,
So moved.
thank you. Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the applicants may begin.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Roberts. I'm here with Elizabeth Roberts Architects and my colleague Josh Leckland to share our revised presentation of the house at 276 West 11th Street. The revisions were made after listening closely to the comments that the commission made in our last presentation in April. I'll invite Josh to present.
Hello, I'm Josh Leckler from Elizabeth Roberts Architects. Take you through our revised presentation. So I'll go quickly through the beginning. You remember that 276 West 11th is a townhouse in the West Village Historic District. It's on the south side of the street between Westport and Bleecker. Here are pictures of the house. It was built in 1852 and then subsequently altered in 1924 in an eclectic style. There was a robust discussion in the last hearing about those changes from the 1920s, and the commission strongly urged us to reconsider our design in order to preserve that facade from the 1920s, which was deemed to be significant in its own right. So we listened carefully and we studied multiple options, and we'll just go to this page here, which is sort of the overview. So on the left is the existing facade as it is today. And in the middle is what we had previously presented to you. On the right is the new proposal. So what we did in listening to your comments was we tried to retain as many aspects of the 1924 facade as possible, with the addition of the with the addition of reinstating a stoop to the parlor floor. So the arched windows at the parlor floor have been retained. The windows with the keystones and the lintels on the upper floors have been retained, and the studio skylight and dormer window at the rooftop have been retained, and we'll get into the details on following pages. So here's a sort of overview of the elements of the design. You can see on the top left that we're proposing to retain and restore the existing windows on the parlor floor with new stone, cast stone keystone to match the original. We're proposing to restore the windows on the second and third floor with new cast stone keystones, lintels, and sills to match the originals. We're proposing a new zinc coated copper cladding at the roof to create a kind of quiet, light colored surface. Right now, what's there is a mixture of copper and black asbestos. So, the new material will be more unified and simple, sort of view from the street. And then a very simple stoop in keeping with the existing 1920s ironwork found on the paper. The double door was the one aspect of this proposal which required the most study, because obviously the original door was a Greek Revival Italianate kind of what we were able to understand it was, and then the house was altered in the 1920s, and so we looked carefully at other buildings in the historic district from 1920s and around the city, and we found a variety of different precedents for how to treat this door. We looked at a variety of the three images on the right of this page are buildings in the West Village Historic, or Greenwich Village Historic District. The one second from the left is on the Upper East Side. It was also built in 1924. That's the former David Rockefeller townhouse. And so we've come up with a design which we think works with the existing arched windows and doesn't is rather quiet. This isn't an overly ornate or architecturally elaborate door. You didn't ask us to specifically take another look at the ironwork, but given the other changes that we're making, we felt that the original design was no longer appropriate. So we looked at ironwork in the neighborhood. On the lower left, you can see the ironwork that's on the house now. In the middle is what we had previously proposed, and on the right is what we are proposing to create for our new students. So it's a very simplified, kind of, sort of almost non-style 1920s style ironwork. Here's just views of the stoop with the previously presented and the new proposal on the right. So going to the rooftop of the building, we heard you loud and clear that you were very interested in retaining the original historic, the historic 1920s studio skylight and dormer. And this necessitated some replanning of our proposal. So what we've done is, on the left is existing, with kind of a collection of 4 structures on the roof, 2 sawtooth skylights and 2 one-story additions. In the middle is what we had before, and on the right is what we have today. And what we've essentially done is pushed our addition up to behind the original front roof line, so that the view from the street is maintained as almost as existing, but we're putting a new room behind it. Here's the massing model. Left is existing, right is the new proposal, and you can see that the studio skylight and dormer are, while we're proposing to reconstruct them, are almost identical to what's there now. So the actual view from the street will not significantly change. Here's an overlay of the existing and the proposed on top of each other. So what's happening behind the line of the skylight is obviously different, but at the front plane street wall of the building, what you would see is very similar to what's there today. That's this. Here are views of the existing conditions of the roof. So I've been talking about replacing, the studio skylight and redoing the dormer. And the reason for this is the existing roof is not in good condition. Most of the surfaces are covered in asbestos. There's some copper on the existing dormer, but it doesn't cover all of it. The existing skylight is single glazed, chicken wire glass, and it's kind of held together with the asbestos caulking. So it leaks. It's not thermally broken. It doesn't have any insulation, and so while we are exempt from energy code compliance for this skylight, we want to voluntarily bring it up to, modern standards of energy use. So we're proposing to replace it in kind with a new steel skylight that will be double glazed and thermally broken, but will maintain the elegant, slim sightlines of the existing Montagues. Here's views of the existing skylight. So again, you can see that the waterproofing is kind of painted right on the glass. It's kind of painted up on the copper, and what we're proposing will be very similar to this, but it'll be crisp, and it will be in lead coated, or I'm sorry, in zinc coated copper. Here are views of the existing dormer, which we're proposing to reconstruct. It's very difficult to photograph this dormer, so we sort of hung out the window and tried to take some pictures to show what the condition is, but it's a very simple structure. It's not in particularly good shape, but it's hard to stand back and take a look at it, so it's that's what we do. Here are views of the rear of the skylights and going to the back of the building. So at the back of the building, going to this slide, there's an existing addition at the 4th floor at the back of the building, which we are proposing to remove. So we investigated the condition of this addition. It doesn't have any architectural features. The sides of it are covered in asbestos. The back has a mixture of 2 different bricks that change halfway up the addition. It interrupts the cornice line of the building. And you can just generally see from these photos that it's not very well constructed. Here's a little view of the balcony sticking off the addition. Talking about the visibility of the rooftop addition, this shows you the existing on the left, the proposed on the right, almost the same from the street. Again, just more views of the existing and proposed. With the light gray cladding, we're proposing, we hope that it will be a sort of quiet presence against the sky. And the previously presented and the proposed sightline and massing diagram. Going to the rear of the building, our proposal has not changed. We are proposing to reconstruct the rear facade. We're not proposing any additions at the lower floors. We are proposing to create 2 large window openings on the upper floors to install new windows. The existing, sorry, I should go back. The existing windows have been moved around on the facade and are now in an irregular pattern. Also, the original cornice does not extend across the full width of the building. When all this work was carried out, various different kinds of brick were patched in. The existing red and white pattern is actually painted on the building. And so our proposal is to reconstruct the rear facade according to what we believe the original design was, but to use a historically appropriate brick. And then the addition at the top floor would have a light gray stucco coating to just be as unobtrusive as possible. So here it's just showing the proposed window types, the proposed historically appropriate brick, and the windows and cast stone lintels. And I think that's the entire presentation, if you have questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg?
At the front entrance, you're cutting masonry and expanding the opening, from what I understand.
That's correct.
Did you look at keeping that existing dimension and just making that the entrance?
We did. It was one of the possibilities we considered. We felt that the door looked awkwardly tall and narrow. We cannot find, or we weren't able to find a precedent anywhere in the district or around Manhattan that showed a townhouse with 3 such openings that were all identical. Looking at other houses of a federal and neo-federal design, we felt that the wider opening suited the stoop. And we hope we've come up with a design that we think is compatible.
And then another question is, the current base is shown as a light gray.
Yes.
And you're changing that to brownstone. Is that just a paint, or is that?
Sorry, I should talk about that. So the current base of the building is brownstone. It's painted light gray. In the appendix, should I flip ahead to the appendix? We have photos of the existing conditions. Would that be helpful?
Just if.
Okay. So anyway, the idea is basically to chip back the resurfaced stucco, expose the original color of the brownstone, and resurface it based on that color, and then carry that color throughout. So it won't be painted anymore.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Chu?
Are the keystones damaged in the existing facade to be
Well,
replaced?
the existing keystones are painted and they're stucco, so
okay.
they're kind of falling apart.
Right,
The intention is to put back cast stone that won't require paint, so it'll just be a solid surface material that will weather.
and
be able to be
the
maintained.
brick arch would not be damaged.
No, I mean, I think the brick looks like it's in reasonably good shape, so I think the whole facade needs to be pointed.
Okay,
It's painted right now, so once we take off the paint, obviously, we're probably gonna uncover bricks that have to be replaced or pointing that needs to be done, but the intention is to leave those existing brick arches.
okay, and the rear facade, you were saying the condition is bad, they painted mortar and brick.
Yeah, the
On the
rear facade
brick.
is a real patch job.
Right.
So
Okay,
there's a bunch of different kinds of brick. It's, and what they did was they painted a pattern on it to cover up the patch nature of it. So what we would like to have is to not have it painted for maintenance reasons, but also just aesthetically.
okay. And on the rear, I think the only question I really have is this unusual fourth story that was there. Do we know anything about the history of that?
No, I mean, I think I can go ahead to the plan. So
Was it altered? Was it?
I think the plan is maybe this axon on the left kind of helps understand the way it works right now is there's two studio skylights and there's
Right.
two kind of extensions, which actually are not connected to each other,
Hmm.
which sort of are next to the studio skylights. There are currently bedrooms up there.
Mhm.
I have to assume that when they turn this building into studio apartments, that they were using.
They
these
added
for
that on.
bedrooms, but it isn't like a tower or like a special architectural
Right.
feature. It's just kind of a box on the roof.
Strange, it's like a
It's very
gantry
strange.
hoisting
Yeah. Actually, the
condition.
way you get up on the roof now is there's a trap door like in the ceiling in between the valley of those two little spaces, which is really challenging.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson?
The architectural idea of the front facade is based on replication of the existing, just being brought up to modern codes. Is that the idea?
Sorry, the question is our intention to bring up the building to modern codes?
No. The front facade, the penthouse,
Oh, yes.
is to replicate what was there originally, but bring it up to modern codes. In other words,
Yes,
are you
actually-
just kind of replicating it?
I realized though, I did mention two important things, which I didn't mean, I just skimmed past them. The first is that yes, you're correct. We want to reconstruct the addition to be watertight and not have asbestos and have insulation and all the normal things. But when we do it, what we'd like to do is we'd like to shift the dormer over a few inches to the left of the page, which is to the east, so that it aligns with the windows below. Right now, it doesn't align with anything. So that's just a small change that we'd like to make.
I got it.
We
Okay.
also would like to add one more pane of width to the studio skylight. So if you see on the left, it's one pane narrower than our proposal. We feel that this is a minimal change. We don't think that this would be particularly apparent on the street since it's hard to see the studio skylight. But I didn't want to be clear that that's what we're proposing to do.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see that we have any more questions in the room. I'll turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so commissioners, the last time we saw this proposal, we talked a lot and we heard testimony and we had our own discussion about the evolution of buildings in this particular historic district, where buildings were built in 19th century styles with stoops, and then in the early 20th century, their stoops were removed. They were converted to apartments, often artist resident studios, and sometimes they were just stripped and a basement entrance created, and sometimes they were redesigned in a style that was popular in the early 20th century, like the Mediterranean revival or neoclassical style. And we talked about this evolutionary history in this particular district and considered it when we evaluated this application, which is an example of a building that was originally built in the 19th century and then converted in the early 20th century with the removal of the stoop, the basement entrance, and in this case, other neo-federal design features such as the arched windows and the keystones, and then the artist studios and sort of dormer that were added at the top. And we had a long discussion with ranging opinions. And most, I think, commissioners felt that that the neo-federal layer was a significant layer and it would be important to retain it. But I think most felt that one could do a stoop and still retain that layer. And many also felt that the features at the rooftop should be kept at the front and that the rooftop addition could be consolidated behind it. And again, most everybody was fine with the rear. And since then, we did receive another letter from an individual specifically speaking about the stoop and the significance of the removal of stoops in this period. The applicant has come back today. They have carefully considered the comments that we made and have retained this sort of neo-federal style and stylistic features and incorporated a stoop with a door that would relate to the other stylistic features on the building. At the rooftop, we've heard that there are reasons they don't want to keep what is existing, but that they are proposing to retain or rebuild features very similar with some slight modifications, shifting the dormer over a few inches and changing the panes in the skylight by one. And the proposal at the rear remains the same as was previously presented. So we'll have our discussion now. And the last time we saw this, as I said, the applicant was asked to look at a stoop while keeping the other stylistic features. And so Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this one? I think last time you felt that that they could add a stoop and keep the stylistic character of the building from the early 20th century. And I think you thought the rear was fine as well. So how are you feeling with the changes they've made today?
I think overall, the applicant has listened to our comments. The previous proposal took away the characteristic existing elements of the facade, and they've decided to retain the neo-federal facade essentially in its existing condition, which I think is a big improvement. I'll go through the items. I think that, and I'll come back to the entry. The top of the building, the addition and the revisions to the existing rooftop, I think from the front facade are acceptable. The existing condition is clearly needs to be rebuilt. There's waterproofing issues throughout and could cause further damage to the building. I think rebuilding it, they've essentially kept the same profile as the existing condition. I don't see the mass as a problem here. The rear is set back. I think it's minimally visible from the back side. The only comment on the rear I would say is they could use the lead-coated copper on that small vertical elevation piece just to keep it consistent as a singular move. I think the reconstruction of the rear facade at new brick, considering its condition, is appropriate. And I think that the only issue that I'm looking at that stands out to me, and I just want to hear my fellow commissioners' comments, is I would have the applicant work with the staff on the proportion of the front door. I can see the challenge here. It feels a tad wide, but I think it's workable. It's an introduction of a wider entry, which was not the existing facade. And I think that it needs to be looked at in detail so that the brick coursing is respected and not cut. I think it always has to land on a half module or module brick. Otherwise, I think this is appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Master, I think you actually were pretty supportive last time, understanding that it was moving back to a single family and the idea of having a cohesive facade and stoop. And, but in this district, as we've said, there are these sort of layers of change. And so you do have sometimes these kind of hybrid styles of buildings. And but nonetheless, you were supportive of it last time, and I think of the front and the rear and the rooftop addition as well.
Yeah, I actually think that this is actually better than what was previously proposed, and that the applicant was pretty responsive to the comments. I like the proposed design to the front. I'm glad that they put the studio windows and the dormer back. I think that's an improvement. I like the keystone. I like the arched windows that they put back. I like the simpler design on the ironwork in the front. And then I think that the rear facade is fine. So I can find this appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Right, Commissioner Jefferson, I think last time, let me see, you were, I think you might not have been here last time, actually. So you've heard the discussion, though. Do you have any thoughts today?
Well, looking at this, I think the new roof penthouse really works well. I think it's much better than the previous one. And the only issue that I have with this facade is not the stoop. I think the stoop is wonderful addition. I think the entry is a little bit dominant, and I don't know if it's because of the size of the door or because of the space around the door, or is it the whole kind of composition of it, but I think it should be studied. It's a quiet little building, and that entry makes it a kind of vibrate a little too much for what it is, in my view. The rear facade, I think, is appropriate and works well. The rear yard works well. Everything works well except for that particular door.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, and Commissioner Ginsburg, I think last time you were also comfortable with doing a stoop if they preserved the other features of the front facade and the front of the roof.
As my fellow commissioners have pointed out, this is a definite improvement. I want to note and appreciate wanting to meet the energy code. And I think you're doing it in a way that doesn't detract at all from the historic nature of the building. I agree with Commissioner Chu and Commissioner Jefferson that working with staff, that the entrance proportions are not quite right. And hopefully you can work with staff and resolve that. And then one other thing I'd note is I think you still can get and use lead-coated copper, but I would suggest they make substitutes. I think it may be a zinc-coated copper, and better not to put lead on a building now, even though I realize, unlike lead paint, it is unlikely to cause any health issues.
All right, thank you. All right, and Commissioner Chen, I think you were also in the camp where you thought a stoop could be explored if you retained the new federal facade and rooftop features at the front.
Yeah, I agree with the comments about that. This is much improved over last time, and I think the applicant has responded, especially to the restoration on the facade windows and the keystone and all that. And I do support the comment that maybe they can work with staff in working on the proportioning of the front door. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Lutfi, I think you also were you had the same thoughts last time about adding a stoop, but keeping the neo-federal style features and the rooftop features intact, and you felt the rear was okay.
Yes, I also want to echo my fellow commissioners' sentiments. The applicant really paid attention to a lot of the details, and it shows. There's so much more finesse in this design on the facade and detail. I think it works very well. I agree about working with staff on the door. I love the addition of the stoop, the end, making the fence a little more transparent, and working on the base of the building, and the small moves at the top, where the skylight, it's just these small moves that, that slight shifting, the adding, it's almost, you can't even tell that you added one more panel in the window, and looks great. And I think the rear facade works well, and I appreciate the need for the new brick.
All right, great. All right, and Commissioner Chapin, I think last time you were comfortable with the rear, but felt at the top they should keep the front elements and do the addition behind it. And you felt that the 1924 layer was significant and they should look at preserving that. I think, I think you were maybe skeptical of doing a stoop here, but how are you feeling today?
I think they did a really nice job in general. Both the back is totally appropriate, I think, and the retention of elements or recreation of elements from the period, 20s period, I think generally is very well done. And the change in the fence, also ironwork, I also think is a good move. So I think everything works very nicely. I agree with others that there's something about the door is shorter. And if you look at the previously presented, the gap between the door and the window is about the same, really. So it's not that the door is shorter and wider because the surround is smaller, because it hasn't expanded. So the proportions look just a little bit odd. And the rest of the proportions, I think, on the front are actually great, and work very nicely. I'm not sure how to address the problem, so perhaps the staff can work with them on that, because I do use the example, the type of door they chose, I think, in the using the arched doorway is seemed to me like a really good move. So I'm not sure what's causing this issue, but hopefully it's very minor and the staff can work with them on just the proportions of that door, I think, because everything else I think is great. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you to the applicant for really listening to the comments and thinking about how to explore in detail this. So I think where we are is that we have a consensus to approve, but with the condition that you continue to work with the staff to study the proportions of the entry as you finalize your plan. So Commissioner Chu, would you make that motion?
Sure. In the case of LPC 2404987276 West 11th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District, a row house built in 1850 altered with eclectic federal style elements in 1924. Application is to remove historic elements, install stoop, modify masonry openings, and install new infill, remove studio skylights, construct a rooftop addition, and alter the rear yard. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Greenwich Village Historic District. Staff also note that the building was converted into apartments, the stoop removed, and the front facade was redesigned with federal style elements in 1924, and that rooftop studio windows were introduced in the early part of the 20th century during a time when artists took up residency in Greenwich Village. I recommend approval, finding that the reintroduction of a stoop and parlor floor entrance and removal of coatings at the brownstone at the base and below parlor floor windows and brickwork above will help unify the building with a restored front facade of the neighboring building, which it originally matched without eliminating the building's most significant early 20th century alterations and features. That the proposed stoop will match the restored stoop at the neighboring house and will be consistent with historic stoops at row houses in this historic district. That the proposed entrance surround door and ironwork will relate well to the early 20th century alterations and features in terms of placement, size, materials, details, and finishes, that the applicant will work with staff on the refinement of the proportions of the new entry, working on a brick module of 4 inches, that the dormer and skylight are in deteriorated condition and will be rebuilt to rematch their historic conditions, except for slight shift in placement of the dormer, the widening of the skylight, and their interconnection with the proposed rooftop addition. That the changes to the dormer and skylight will be minor variations which will not detract from their character or the overall composition of the 20th century redesign. That the proposed changes to the altered rear facade and south rear studio skylight will not be visible from the public thoroughfare, that the rear facade and interconnected portion of the existing rooftop addition are simply designed and not distinctively representative of any historic periods of the historic district, that the proposed alterations will not diminish the unity of a consistent row, that the removal of the altered south skylight set behind the more prominent north front skylight and not visible from the public thoroughfare will not detract from the building, that the altered rear facade will be rebuilt with new brick to match the historic and corbelled brick cornice and new cast stone window lintels and sills, and that the windows will be symmetrically realigned to be more consistent with the typical row houses on the block, that the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original form and massing, that except for the chimney and rooftop addition and associated accretions will only be minimally visible from public thoroughfares in limited views and at a distance, that the chimney, when seen from a public thoroughfare over the front facade, will be well scaled to the house, simply designed and typical in terms of materials and finish, and will have a discrete presence, and that the proposed excavation and other structural work will be completed in compliance with the DOB regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building's facades and those of the adjacent buildings.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Right, that's approved, and please continue to work with the staff on the brick details and the proportions at the entry, and we'll move to our public hearing agenda.
All right, and we'll start with public hearing item number 1, LPC 24-08735, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 461, lot 47, 219 East 5th Street in the East Village, Lower East Side Historic District. This is an Italianate style apartment building built circa 1862 to 63 with a back building. The application is to construct a rooftop addition at the back building.
Good morning, my name is Paola. I'm part of the architectural team from MPDC. And I'm going to be presented today 219 East 5th Street, where we want to add an addition to the existing building, which is a secondary building because this is composed of 2 buildings. So as we see here, the location is in the East Village between 2nd and 3rd Ave. And what we're looking at is the second building. Here are some photos where we could see in the bottom, the primary building. And we also could see the rear yard, which divides the 2 buildings. And there we also see the building where we want to do the addition, which is in the back. And also some pictures of the roof. This building currently is very deteriorated. And here we get a sense of the location and the surroundings. So we see the primary building and the secondary building in the back. You can hear me. Okay. Here we see an I-card from 1959. The building is actually from the 1900s. And as we see here, the primary building, the yard, and what used to seem that it was a storage, the secondary building. the front elevation and the proposed elevation, the building consists of a cellar and also a basement and 3 floors above. And we're proposing of adding an additional floor at the top. This addition will have the same finish as the existing building, which is stucco, and we're also planning on painting it the same color so it could look seamless. Here's the rear of the building where we're proposing the extension, and in the rear, we're adding an open balcony and extending it with the same materials. We're also proposing on 2 floors, redesigning the space and making it more efficient. And then on the extension, we're adding a bedroom, the open balcony, a closet, restrooms, and relocating the skylight. We're also stepping back from the rear and the front 3 feet. This is a floor plan of the roof where we're relocating the skylight and the access to the roof. Here's a section of the primary building and the secondary building. This is the existing. And the proposed, here we have the extension with 3 feet stepping back, and also a human scale of how it looks. And this is the primary building, which the access to the so the primary you don't get to see the inside since the building is consisted into. And then here we have a section of the proposed extension where we're adding the same materials, stepping back 3 feet, adding the stucco, and also the same paint color that we're proposing for the existing building, and also replicating the cornice that is on the bottom, replicating at the top of the building. And here's the render of how it will look with the front elevation. We're adding same wood color as the existing, and also the same material, extending it to the top. And this is the rear, which is gonna have the open balcony with sliding doors. Here we could see more the context of the surroundings and the building that we're proposing. We could see the different heights, and we could see the primary building and the secondary building, which is the area of work. And also here we could see the context between the rest of the buildings. This would be the proposed, and this is a section with the rest of the buildings around it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioners, just a little bit of context. The staff level rules actually don't cover this particular scenario where you have a complete building, a historic building that's not visible from any public thoroughfares because it's a back house. It's completely landlocked and you can't see it from anywhere. So whereas say the building in front of this could potentially qualify for a rooftop addition that's not visible, meets certain height requirements, setback requirements, again, could potentially be reviewed at staff level. We thought that this one was different enough in that because the addition does come in close proximity to the front facade of this historic building, which again can't be seen from the street, but is nonetheless original historic design building, that you all should review that today. So that's why we're seeing that, even though it's not visible from a public thoroughfare and is modest in size and meets some of those other requirements that we would ask of a rooftop addition, even at staff level. So does any commissioners have any questions today? Okay, not seeing any questions in person or on Zoom from commissioners there. So we'll move to Gregory Calla to begin taking public testimony.
Thank you, Corey. We have a few people signed up to speak in person. So first we'll be hearing from Dina Dillon.
My name is Dina Dillon. I live at 219 East 5th Street in the garden duplex apartment, 1R, for the last 33 years. I take care of that garden. I've tended that garden for 33 years. The current foundation on this building at cellar and basement is literally coming apart at the seams. It's literally falling into dust. Water is coming through the walls and buckling the plaster at 2 feet and 8 inches high. The building itself has been sinking for years. In fact, my family's apartment was flooded and we had $10,000 worth of water damage done in August of 2017. And we were told that the building is actually being compressed and sinking. So all of the air conditioning sleeves are sinking into the building. How much more pressure can this building take? Adding a floor? I don't know. The weight of the additional level could result in a building collapse. During construction at the sister building, which is at 217, with whom we share a sister wall, they had to remove 2 walls completely after their building became unstable during reconstruction. How will you prevent this from happening to us? The sister building at 217 has a chimney and a full roof garden. We also have a chimney on top of there, and the upstairs duplex apartment has a chimney. How are they adding a floor with 3 chimneys directly next to them and putting a I don't know, a sliding glass door and a balcony? Makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. The additional level will also be blocking the sunlight to 5 local gardens. 217's roof garden, their lower garden, my garden at 219, and 218 East 6th Street's 2 back gardens. This is the beauty of our neighborhood. 217 will not be raising their chimney height, so this will definitely add to smoking out this additional level. It seems insane. Power washing the current facade without replacing all of the windows and full-blown repointing on the building could result in a massive interior flooding. The current windows, as they are no longer even connected, the framework to the actual cement casings. There will be no fire escapes for floor 2, 3, or 4 in a combustible building. The current drawings, by the way, several of them are false. They do not include the 217 pergola and roof garden or chimney. 219, the actual building that we're talking about, the north facing, has 4 more massive windows on that side, not even in the renditions. Finally, I just want to conclude with the fact that Tran Group Management has already had my family vacated from this apartment for over 6 months, 6 weeks after they took over the building, which was less than 2 years ago, because they refused to do the work to actually keep us safely in our home. Tran Group then told us that the Commissioner of Buildings demanded that he demolish this building completely and there was nothing he could do, so that we had to move out permanently. A completely false lie. How is it even possible that this man could responsibly do work on a landmark building? I don't know. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. And next up, we'll be hearing from Jody Leidecker.
Hello, I'm Jody Leidecker. I work at Cooper Square Committee, a tenants' rights group that works with Dina's building and other Tran Group buildings. And we're here to express our concern based on what you've just heard and other reasons in opposition to this LPC application. Sonny Tran has a clear history of how he operates in these buildings. For example, he has 20 oath violations in this building alone for his construction practices. For example, on May 25th, the emergency response team issued a summons for failure to maintain the decorative stone above the 5th floor window lintel, which was missing. He owes over $18,000 in fines and penalties on this building alone. He got a summons in December for failure to comply with the commissioner's order. In November, inspectors found the main electrical service and building were not grounded. He stored combustible materials near tenants' apartments. He didn't post a tenant protection plan. He spread lead dust in the building. And these are just some of the conditions he created in this building alone. So another example quickly, at 543E6, he owes over $20,000 in fines and penalties for similar kinds of conditions. Excessive construction dust was noted, illegal work that didn't conform to construction permits. In March, without a permit, he added new steel columns that didn't meet safety standards. He was supposed to get a construction safety engineering audit to address the structural violations and shore up the building, but the violation is still outstanding. He also didn't post a tenant protection plan or safe construction bill of rights there. At 14 First Avenue, he has 26 oath violations where he's accumulated over $55,000 in fines and penalties. From failure to comply with commissioner's orders to severely rusted and corroded gas pipes to construction dust accumulating and unpermitted wiring and more. So this doesn't even count the hundreds of HPD and DOB violations in his other buildings or his treatment of tenants. But this nearly $100,000 in in just oath violations alone in this handful of buildings does begin to paint a picture of how he does business. So Dina's building, 219 East Fifth, is very old. It's not in great shape. She shared photos with you all. You can see the crumbling mortar and you can see the crumbling bricks. It needs more oversight and care. And the tenants, there are newborn babies in this building. They need special protection. So we ask that you keep them safe and you keep them healthy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Jeremy Woodoff from the Victorian Society of New York.
Good morning. I'm Jeremy Woodoff, and I'm speaking for the Victorian Society in New York. Founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society in America is dedicated to fostering the appreciation and preservation of our 19th and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of our historic districts, individual and scenic landmarks, interiors, and civic art. Well, first, as an aside, the Victorian Society thanks the Landmarks Commission for the designation this morning of the Willoughby-Hart Historic District. And should a problem arise at the City Council with their affirmation of the designation, we hope that the Commission will reach out to the advocacy organizations for whatever assistance we can provide. And second, we also thank the Commission for calendaring 50 West 13th Street for designation. Now to this project. The Victorian Society supports most aspects of this proposal to construct a rooftop addition at the back house at 219 East 5th Street. The addition will not be visible from any public way, and the work will not destroy any significant architectural features of this building. We don't think that the facade of the new floor needs to replicate floors below. However, we find that the proposed placement, size, and style of the windows on the front facade facing the courtyard bear no relationship to and show no respect for the original building. Studying the plan, there doesn't seem to be any reason why the proposed 2/2 windows on the front facade couldn't align with and match the 6/6 configuration and size of the windows on the floor directly below them. And I do want to add that the testimony we just heard about the conditions at the building is very concerning, and we hope that those things are addressed before the project goes forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Mark Nanadawan. And please just state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Natanawan. I'm a tenant organizer working with Housing Conservation Coordinators. We are a nonprofit community organization based in Hell's Kitchen in the Upper West Side. So my job is organizing tenants unions in buildings where they are reporting serious quality of life issues. And I've been in contact with around 10 different buildings owned by this landlord we're discussing today, Tran Group, from 46th Street to 54th Street to 71st Street to 82nd Street. We've also been in contact with the folks here at 219 East 5th Street, which is why I'm here just testifying in solidarity here today. Across Tran Group's properties, over 800 open HPD violations exist. An average of 467 open HPD violations last year was enough to qualify them as one of the 100 worst landlords in New York City, according to the Public Advocate's Office. And so the number of violations has only swelled by the hundreds since then. I just want to echo what others have said here today about serious concerns when it comes to disturbances from construction in the building. The tenants that I work with have seen the same pattern of behavior, have encountered the same problems. Dust and debris spread across their halls and in the public spaces of their homes due to construction going on in their buildings. Sound disturbance going on at odd hours, sort of disturbing their quality of life and their peace in their own homes. And also beyond that, serious environmental hazards found with this dust and debris, including lead. And so when we look at what's happening here in this building, we are very concerned about the proposed addition. Also, 800 open HPD violations. We believe that the landlord should be focusing their money, their energy, their time on basic repairs and maintenance, fixing the serious issues that already exist within their buildings, instead of focusing on investment on unnecessary rooftop additions. And so, once again, I just want to say that we should respect the will of the residents in the building, and we should be focusing on addressing their immediate needs and issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from John Castagnini. And please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
John Castagnini. Ready? Okay. To preserve and protect the cultural and historical landmarks. On July 21st, 2022, there was a violation on our apartment due to a tree and a staircase. Some dim Tran shows up with a black eye and a fat lip, sitting at my kitchen table, crying. This is his only building, and he's going to have to claim bankruptcy. And we're going to have to move out, is what he tells us. He went to the Department of Buildings, and this is what he said he was told. He showed up with boxes the next day to try to get us to move out of our building. Needless to say, my wife was a little terrified and upset. Afterwards, Sun Dim Tran shows up with an architect and a group of people. And I asked some questions of these people. I'm starting to ask questions on what they're doing. He told me not to speak to his people. I'm not allowed to speak with them. We discovered that some Dim Tran's companies owned hundreds of millions of dollars worth of buildings. He cried at our tables that he was going to have to go bankrupt, and he needed us to move out. Our 12-unit building had over 90 different violations in a 2-year period. His company's buildings were fined by the Office of Special Enforcement for Illegal Operations. In a world that's full of corruption, this landmark commission preservation, I believe, really is the last stand. And I just don't see how adding a floor to an historically landmark building is preserving anything at all. And is that really his interest in preserving the landmark buildings that we have? Are his actions showing this? I think we all know the answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item? Okay. Noting there is nobody else in the room, I do have one hand raised in the remote attendees list, that being Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And once you are promoted, please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this addition inappropriate as proposed. We believe there can be an addition to this back building, especially because it is not visible from the public right of way. But back buildings such as this one are rare, and any addition here should be more sensitive to the existing building. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 3 recommends approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much, Gregory. So I'd like to ask the applicant if you'd like to respond to the comments heard. Our jurisdiction is really over the physical changes to the building. So to the extent that there were comments about the physical condition of this or the front building, it might be helpful to address that, as well as comments on the design of your proposed addition.
So I rather not respond because I'm part of the team. And for that, I need to have everyone that designed. And then I'm here doing my job. Like, I would want to.
Okay, well, would you like to address the comments on the design of the addition now as it relates to the building below?
Please go ahead. How the design of your proposed rooftop addition relates to the facade of the historic building it sits upon.
Sorry?
Maybe you'd like to talk about how you were inspired by the design for the rooftop addition and how you believe it relates to the historic building.
So the design has the same material as the bottom one, and also the windows replicate in material the ones that are underneath. And in my belief, there's a structural design in the architectural drawings that are moving forward to the DOB. And also this building is very deteriorated. At the moment that they do construction, it's gonna repair whatever's there, and it's also going to revive the building.
Right. And Corey, we would have, as part of any submission, a full set of drawings to show any related restoration, repair, or structural work, correct?
Correct. And my understanding is that a full application or a second application does include some work such as window replacement and facade repair, still under review, so not an issued permit yet. Commissioners, are there any questions before we go back to Chair Carroll? Not seeing any questions in the room.
I just have one
Sorry,
question.
Commissioner
It's
Chu?
More this addition has a window on the rear lot line. And I'm wondering, how's that legal?
I think that's directed to the applicant. Is it legal to have a window on the rear of your addition on the rear lot line?
So the building is step back 3 feet, and we are aware that there is a chimney, so we have to, per code, 3 feet above the proposed addition. That's actually an error there on the rendering in the drawings, but we were aware, but we couldn't change it online. We couldn't upload it again once it was uploaded.
Well, this would have to go through DOB approvals regardless. It's another of regulation, but I'm surprised to see that addition of a window.
Any other questions, commissioners? No more questions. Turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there are no other questions, we'll close the hearing and begin our discussion. So Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And this is a proposal for a one-story rooftop addition on the roof of a back house that is in a sort of densely built out rear yard and not visible from a public thoroughfare. The penthouse is set back 3 feet from the front and from the rear of the building to preserve the building's original form. And we've heard testimony today about both the design and also the condition of the building and other tenant-related issues. And some of this testimony was quite disturbing. And while we are not, it's not within our purview, our jurisdiction to address violations from other agencies, we certainly will look into any issues related to the condition of the building, and that would be addressed as we move forward with both the application for the repair work on the facades as well as any approval today for the rooftop addition. So again, we can look at the, the condition of the building, and we will look into that. And and then otherwise we look at the addition in terms of its appropriateness to the building, and that means its height, its scale, its massing, its setback, and its design. And while the commission has been extremely flexible on designs of additions that are not visible from a public way, we generally have asked that those designs retain the scale and character of the house to which it's being added, even if it's being done in a contemporary way. So that is something to think about as we discuss this proposal today. So Commissioner Lutfi, would you like to start this one?
And I'm going to just say a few things and really then defer to my esteemed colleagues who are experts in some of this. But I guess I don't understand. It seems to me, Chair Carroll, that these issues with the building are dramatic. And I'm not, they give me pause. And then on top of that, Commissioner Chu's comment about the fact that, this is a lot line window on the addition, and maybe there shouldn't actually be one, also makes me pause. So I'm not really sure of how to comment on this. I sort of feel like it requires a little more investigation, and I'd like to defer to the architects on the commission and possibly then.
Okay, all right, we'll move to some architects. I do want to, I mean, I think the rear facade of the addition is not a lot line facade because it is set back 3 feet from the rear of the building. So it doesn't sit on the lot line unless we're talking about a window on the side. But I think that the question of design is one that is appropriate for us to discuss. I think all of the other issues related to condition is something that the staff would have to explore. And I think what we have to do today is comment on the one-story addition that's before us, both in terms of its height, setback, and its design, to the extent that there are issues with the fenestration from a DOB code. That is something that would have to be worked out, but that doesn't, I think, preclude us from commenting on the design today. So let's flip it over to one of our architects. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to?
Sarah, if I could jump in here for a moment. As you know, the commission, as you mentioned, has a very limited jurisdiction to just the appropriateness of the change that's being presented. And as sympathetic as we may be to the tenant concerns, as the advocates explained in the tenants, there are other avenues and proper venues for them to pursue those issues. The Department of Buildings, HPD, DHCR, EPA, and those are the mechanisms that need to address those issues. And those really should not be before the commission today. We have a much more limited jurisdiction.
Before we move on, so if in a vacuum, the design, there's no visibility of the addition from the front. And the design from the rear is so minimal that I think the addition overall is fine. Maybe the roof could be sloped a little bit just to change, the look and feel a little more, I don't know, contextual with what's around it. So those would be my other comments.
Right, and so I think those are helpful comments. I think this is an addition that, in terms of its size and setback from the rear, is, as Corey said in the beginning, something that aligns with our rules for a staff level addition on a building. It's just that the commission doesn't have rules for staff level approvals for that could particularly concern a back house. And so in the case of the back house, we see it over the front and the rear. And so, and in the absence of a rule that speaks to that, we are looking at it, recognizing that the size, massing, and height and setbacks are consistent with additions we approve on other buildings that face the street. I think the question of design and how it relates to the design of the back house is appropriate. So your thought of sloping it could be help its relationship maybe in the scale, and also maybe it sounds maybe like it could be somewhat evocative of a studio window, some other type of visible addition we might find appropriate. All right, so let's go around the table that way. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you touch on the matter, which is that what exactly is before this commission. And I think, you know, some of the testimony are not really related to the LPC, but jurisdiction of other agencies. So in this matter, I think Commissioner Chu's question is something that I wasn't aware of, and so that's something else. But in general, I'm sort of wanting to see what other commissioners feel on this matter.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg?
So, first of all, the drawing presentation is pretty minimal, and it could be more refined. Before I address what's before us, obviously some very issues that raise serious concerns have been raised that aren't directly germane to what we're reviewing. Although the points of work done without review by the commission, without a permit, I presume staff can review, and if there are issues with that, deal with that. And obviously this will then go to the building department, who will look at life safety issues and also require a tenant protection plan. And so, but getting to what we're talking about in general, I think the addition is fine, although the fenestration on it does not relate to below and should be working with staff, should be modified to better relate to the openings below, which I think it can happen. Is to answer, your allowed windows depends on the distance, depends exactly what it is in the multiple dwelling law, but you're allowed windows 3 feet from a property line. You're allowed windows on a property line. Typically, they need to be fire rated, and they quite possibly cannot count as legal light and air. So I think it's a one room basically floor, so that the legal windows would be facing the courtyard between the two buildings. But that's something, again, the building department would deal with.
All right, thank you very much for that insight. That's helpful. Commissioner Jefferson?
This is an interesting proposition. You can't see the building from the public thoroughfare. But this building has a front and a back, like all other buildings do. So when you look at it, you say that the front doesn't relate, the addition doesn't relate very well to the front facade. So you could question the addition in relationship to the existing facade. The back facade, you could say works very well because the back facade is minimal, kind of almost beyond abstraction. And so my comment would be that the front facade should be adjusted, use some of the elements of the front facade to make this front facade work as we always, or work as well as we think it could work. The back facade, I think, is fine. It could be abstract.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Master.
Yeah, so I'll try and stick with what is within our purview, even though some of the comments that we had were quite disturbing, and I just want to acknowledge that. And even though it's not within our purview, I hope that the landlord would take this opportunity to do some repairs while he's doing this renovation as well. So the one-story rooftop addition, I want to acknowledge that it's not visible. I think that the height is fine, it's set back, the material is fine. But I wonder if it's cohesive in the sense that it relates well to the rest of the building. And I think that's what some of the commissioners are having issues with. So I think some of the suggestions have been either, kind of maybe slanting it a little bit or checking out the fenestration. And perhaps that could be done with staff. But I think that it just is awkward in the way that it's presented. So I'm not quite sure what the solution is, but I think it needs a little bit of work.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Chu.
Yeah, I'm generally in agreement with my fellow commissioners. I think just to clarify my earlier comment about the windows, they are allowed, but they do have to be rated. And this is an operable sliding glass door. So that's just something to be checked on. This is a landmark building. I'm looking at the front facade. And as we look at additions, which we do allow in landmark districts and on top of designated landmark buildings, we're generally looking at their visibility and the sensitivity to the existing structure. This is not intended as an addition to look like the historic structure, and that is not a requirement. But it does not seem sensitive to the historic building. And in terms of its mass, I would say that the height feels a little inappropriate. I think that things that could improve this mass would be potentially window alignment a little bit more in keeping with what's below, or even potentially what we've often approved is the studio additions to the top, where I think Commissioner Lutley mentioned this, that a sloped studio glass window would be much more, I think, in keeping with the facade below. So ultimately my feeling is an addition would be acceptable, but this proposal needs some work.
Okay, great. Thank you all for your comments. I know I do think that the testimony was very disturbing, and it doesn't, excuse me, Commissioner Chapin, thank you very much. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, it's hard when you're remote, I know. I agree that the additions should be more sympathetic. And actually, if I were still a deputy commissioner of buildings, I'd be sending an inspector out there to see what's going on. I have to say that I was concerned about some of the testimony that reflected there was some crumbling of the base and that there was water penetration. And unless the staff can say that they don't think there's any structural issues, I would be reluctant to approve an addition on this building before buildings would say there aren't any structural issues. Was the staff there in a situation, or are they aware? Do they feel comfortable about the structural issue? Because that is within our purview, I think.
Yeah, completely agree. And as I said, there's a second application the staff is working on to address repairs at the building, and we will investigate any conditions that were described in testimony today that may affect the condition or the structural condition, or even just the physical condition of the facades of this building or its structure. So we will look into that, and that will be addressed to the extent that it's under our purview.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah.
Sure. If I could jump in again, we did receive some photographs from one of the tenants of the lower portion of the building. And it did appear there was need for some repointing in areas, and some of the windows were in disrepair. But that was
that's addressable. Yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily a structural problem. Okay, thank you, John and Sarah. I appreciate that, and that there will be follow-up with buildings going forward on this. Thank you.
Always, thank you. So I think that the testimony was very concerning, and I think it doesn't build a lot of confidence on our level. So we have heard today, as we've discussed the application for this addition under our standards of appropriateness, that an addition could be appropriate on this back house. Because if it's modest and set back from the front and rear and not visible from a public way, but because you are seeing it particularly over the front facade of the back house, that the design, and I think for some commissioners, it was the design of the front and the back of this addition needs to be restudied to have a better relationship to the building below. So we won't take an action today. We will ask the applicants to think about some of the suggestions that were made. There were various different suggestions on how that could be done, either shifting the fenestration or sloping. And think about a design moving forward that better relates to the building. And we'll have you back. And in the meantime, the staff will continue to review the conditions at the building and the repair work that's necessary. And we thank everyone for participating today. We'll move on to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 2, LPC 24-10303, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1296, Lot 14, 374 Lexington Avenue, the Channon Building individual landmark. This is an Art Deco style skyscraper designed by Sloan and Robertson and built in 1927 to 29. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future replacement of terracotta units with a substitute material.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Paul Murray. I am a licensed architect registered to practice in New York and New Jersey. I am the founding principal of Caseworks Architects. It's a firm that's been in business for a little less than 25 years, specializing in exterior facade restoration and preservation. The building that we're talking about right now is the Channon Building. It is located on the intersection of 42nd Street and Lexington Avenue, with a secondary facade on the 41st Street side. So it has three primary elevations. Built in 1927, between 1927 and 1929. It's an Art Deco building. 52 stories plus a bulkhead, plus the bulkheads, all total about 56 stories, or 56 stories, roughly a little over 650 feet high. It's a mix of, throughout the majority of the building, is a mix between brick masonry and terracotta, both at the lower level as well as the upper levels of the building. There's some bronze elements as well, but that's not what we're talking about today. What we're asking, or what we're looking for the commission to approve, is a master plan for replacement of terracotta when necessary, in relationship to whatever repairs. We're asking for that replacement material. Sure. How was it? Good. Yeah. Okay. So again, we're asking for a master plan, approval of a master plan for the replacement of terracotta when necessary in relationship to facade or structural repairs, and to be replaced with terracotta and with cast stone above the 12th floor, and only above the 12th floor. And if I can. The slide that you have here, you can see some of the flat panels. The vast majority of the terracotta units on the upper floors are an ashlar pattern. It's flat, non-projecting stones or non-projecting units. The photographs on the top are some of the units at the very upper portion of the building. The lighter color units above the windows are terracotta units that have been replaced with terracotta, matching the original color and texture. The photographs in the middle of the screen are the middle band of floors, roughly in floors the 20th or 20 through 28 or 29th floors. And then the photos at the bottom are the decorative band that wraps around the base of the building. That's in terracotta as well. And then you can see where the owners have replaced parts of that band with terracotta in kind over the last several years. And just to go back to that real quick, this is the elevation here is the elevation on the Lexington Avenue side. This elevation is the 41st Street side. You can see the photographs that we have here, that middle area, and that's pretty much where you would see any of the decorative elements in conjunction with a lot of the flatter, more ashlar pattern pieces. This is the 42nd Street side of the building. The upper area of the building, you can see that upper crown or buttress, the buttresses that formulate the bulkhead, the 3-story bulkhead on top. Some close-ups of the bulkheads from the 54th floor roof in the center. And then to the right, you can see lanterns that are just below the 54th floor. And then again, you can see some of the typical features that are on those mid-level floors in the 20s. And then this is what would be considered the lot line. This is west facing. It's directly adjacent to the Bowery Bank building. So again, you can see these are just typical photographs of some of the same features and what you see on the building. All of the photographs that I just showed you are from an elevated height. They're either from adjacent buildings or from work that we have been doing on the building for a number of years now. Here is some samples of both terracotta and cast stone. The cast stone that we're looking to replace, and I actually have samples of it. Give you the samples. I have a terracotta sample and I have a cast stone sample. Our preference in replacing the terracotta our preference in replacing with cast stone is that the material is the same color and consistency throughout. It is very consistent in terms of its properties to terracotta, in terms of thermal movement, absorption rates, strength. So there's a number of reasons why we chose cast stone as an appropriate material for the building. We did consider microcotta as well as GFRC. We don't feel that either one of those materials are appropriate. It's really just cast stone. So you're looking at cast stone and terracotta, and it's pretty hard to tell the difference between the two, right? What? Oh, it's a typical piece that's not off the building. That's a replacement piece that was approved by Landmarks. And we have replaced a number of pieces over the years. I failed to mention that I am also a QE, qualified exterior wall inspector. So I had to deem the building unsafe. You notice there's a sidewalk bridge that's been up on the building for approximately 6 years. The impetus of this master plan at this point is based upon a current repair that's necessary at the very top, where there are several pieces that have to be removed in order to access spandrel steel, the structural steel frame. We've managed to salvage a number of pieces. We've also lost a number of pieces. Terracotta has a lifespan somewhere between 80 and 120 years. So we're right in that range where some of it is starting to go. We know that the conditions at the very top of the building are much worse than the mid-level or the mid-floors. But those mid-floors are going to come up as an issue in the coming years. And I can't predict whether that's 5 years or 10 years from now. But in order to replace that steel and we remove components, we won't know which pieces have to be replaced until we actually start opening it up. So that brings us to the next issue, is the lead time for terracotta. Lead time for terracotta today is anywhere from 18 to 24 months. Cast stone is somewhere around 3 months. It's actually 3 to 5 months at best. So the bridge was up for 6 years. With the work that we're projecting at the very top of the building, the hope is that the end of 2025, that I can certify the building as being safe, file it with the city, and then we can remove the sidewalk shed. If we went with terracotta, I think the best case scenario is 2027, that we're at that point where I can make the recommendation for the bridge to come down. And so that plays a fairly large role in the consideration. And as far as the structural component, where we're currently working at the very top of the building at those buttresses. And if you notice on the slide on the right, that's a section through a typical buttress. Each one of these buttresses weighs about 100,000 pounds of material, that goes the terracotta plus the brick masonry. That very, very upper portion of it, where you see it's all backfilled, where the bricks are corbelled in, and that's a solid mass. The very top, there's a structural ring that goes around that supports it, pulls it into the building. That ring, that steel ring, plus the steel that it's attached to, has disintegrated. It's beyond the salvageability. There's no plating or anything that can get to it at this point to repair it. So that top portion of the buttresses, on the south side, there's 4 on the east, 4 on the west, and 3 on the south. The top portion is going to have to be replaced or reconstructed. And what the hope is that if we can use a alternate material, cast material, where we can make a structural ring, and we don't have to fill it in solid when we take down that upper portion. So this is a image of something that we've already proposed in a separate application for that repair work. The slide on the left again is that upper portion, and you can see how it's solid masonry in the backup, which you don't see. And so on the right is where, if we create these rings, we could make it a hollow and much lighter. Even though cast stone and terracotta have essentially the same weight and the same structural properties, we can cast it in terms of a ring. And essentially the two differences, and I'm sure you already know this, but the difference between terracotta and cast stone. Cast stone is a cementitious product that is chemically curing whereas terracotta is a clay product that is dried and fired in a kiln. And it has a glaze coating. But again, from an absorption rate, thermal movement, they're very, very similar, which is different from some of the other alternative materials. And particularly with what we're trying to do or what we need to do. And then let me just go back. If I can point out you can see at the lower portion of that buttress, the steel at the bottom has to be replaced as well. And then also at the very top. So we're have a program where we're supporting or shoring up several of these buttresses on the corners, replacing steel at the lower floors, and then getting into that. And then if I can give you some of these are typical views from street level. This is Caddy Corner, right in front of the Chrysler Building, 42nd Lexington. This is looking at the southeast corner from across the corner from 42nd, 41st and Lexington. This is down the block as you approach Park Avenue across the street right before you get to the overpass. It goes around Grand Central, and then this is a little bit closer. Again, these are looking at those mid-level floors from the street, and then this is just outside of, just across from Pershing Square, right outside the Grand Central entrance in terms of what you can see at the very top of the building, as well as those mid-level floors. Also included in the presentation are some examples of precedent. This is the American Standard Building on 40th between 5th and 6th Avenue. At this point, I think we're approaching probably 30 or 40% of the crown and the terracotta components needing to be replaced. And a lot of that has to do with the coatings that are on it and water infiltration and freeze-thaw cycles, all of that stuff. But these are being replaced with cast stone, and that was previously approved. And then you have 895 Park Avenue, which again, the commission approved a master plan for replacing using cast stone. And then we also have the Plaza Hotel, where GFRC was approved as a alternative material. And then Hotel Teresa as well. I think that's it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lutfi?
Could you speak to, two things. Are you getting the, I know there's a problem with the lead time on the terracotta. Are you getting it domestically or internationally?
Domestically, we have other projects that we're trying to get it internationally as well. And there's some issues. There's issues with availability, and then there's also some issues with quality, to be candid.
You mean internationally?
International.
Yeah.
The two primary vendors that are in the States, Boston Valley Terracotta and Gladdick McBean. Gladdick McBean has been the one who's been replacing most of the pieces on the building.
Right.
Certainly the last several years.
Yeah.
Those are the two quality vendors, and then there's a huge drop off in terms of time, availability, and quality.
Also, could you speak to the durability of the cast stone versus the terracotta? I know GFRC is not quite as durable as terracotta, but.
Well, GFRC is it's a durable material. It's the coatings that are on it. They tend to fade. What I like about the cast stone is that it's the same material, the same color all the way through. So if it breaks or chips or you cut it or anything like that, you're still looking at a very consistent piece. And then as far as longevity, depending upon what you read, you'll see it's either 50 years or you'll see it at 75 years. But again, we have a limited amount of terracotta that we're looking to replace right now. And we know that that's going to really affect us. I know that this building within the next certainly 10 years, but 10 to 15 years, there's going to be a lot more work that's going to be necessary on this building, particularly in those mid-level floors. We've done repairs, but they're remedial repairs. It's meant to get you a little bit of time.
So you're saying cast stone 50 to maybe 50 to 75 years, and what's terracotta?
Terracotta is I'm going to say 80 to 120 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that depends on
Right.
who made it, the glazing, maintenance, what kind of condition it's in. There's a bunch of it that's on this building where it's either one of two things. It's either breaking down by itself, just from an aging process, or it's from the exposure of the steel to the elements, and then it's the oxidizing of the steel and then that pushing out on the outside of the building, which is a lot of what we're seeing on this building.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Want to just confirm, you're proposing the cast stone above 80 or 100 feet for replacement?
Above the 12th floor, because that's
And
really
below
where-
that, you do use terracotta?
Yes.
Because although the color's about the same, there is a texture in the terracotta you don't get in the cast stone.
That actually they can match the texture, and then also the little the fragments that are in this. We asked one of the vendors to just very quickly make a sample for us, and they did. And so nothing has been approved in terms of that actual sample, but yes, texture, color, size, everything would be exactly identical.
Right, Commissioner Chu?
Okay, and the thing with cast stone is it has to be a certain thickness, whereas terracotta, the way that they're detailed, the elements can be thinner sometimes. What's your minimum thickness on your cast stone?
Yeah, no.
So
So a lot of the terracotta that's on this building is a structural element. It is. So this is a solid masonry building. It's a steel frame, but it has a solid masonry wall element. And there's parts of it that have terracotta with brick backup, and then others with speed block.
You're not concerned about any size weight difference
No.
between material? In terms of matching of finish, because this is going to be patchwork, where you decided to strike the 12th floor, what can you talk about? What's the rationale at that specific line between those floors? Does it make sense?
Yep.
To change at that line?
Let me go to the slide.
And also, do you explore cast cotta, microcotta? There are other kinds of products that are terracotta based.
Yeah, I have too many buildings that I see where people have put in microcotta.
Mhm.
Microcotta and terracotta have a different absorption rates.
Right.
And so microcotta is essentially down to, it's almost impermeable. They also have different coefficients of expansion and contraction. While their structural durability is about the same, it really requires the technicians and the skilled trades to know exactly what they're doing when they're installing it. Otherwise, there's going to be an issue. I have a building that was just finished downtown, where they put projecting microcotta units on. They will have to come out.
Sorry?
They were all coming right now.
Because?
Well, they use mortar in the joints rather than caulking. You can use mortar, but not on a projecting stone, and it can't be more than an inch, 3/4 of an inch wide, the joint. It has to be primed, prime it. The primer has to be tacky. There's a whole bunch of technical issues that they go right out the window when you go to use microcotta. Also, the finish of it, it's a little too shiny. I think matching it is very much harder.
Matching.
Well, the sheen that's on it, you see that reflective sheen, and you know that it's a different piece. In theory, certainly 600 feet in the air, or even 100 feet in the air, if you clean that building, you'd really be hard pressed to tell the difference between terracotta and cast stone, where you could see it with microcotta and terracotta. The two of them next to each other. I don't think they match up very well, at least in my experience of what I've seen.
I mean, I've used both a lot, so
Yeah.
I understand the materials.
I like the material. Don't get me wrong. I'm not panning it. Oh, this is the terrible material. Maybe
Terracotta is the original.
Yeah, terracotta is the
material,
original.
so
And
that's
even
why I'm
GFRC
asking,
is a
is there
great
a
material.
terracotta base material?
Yeah,
That's
this building, it really,
And-
that's my recommendation.
So you were gonna explain the 12th
Yeah,
floor.
12th floor, my apologies. Just go to the elevation.
That dash line at the bottom.
Yeah.
So, yeah, explain why that's the appropriate place to switch.
I'm gonna find the elevation, because there's one setback that is on, yeah, it's on that back side. There's one small setback on the 41st Street side. It's the southwest corner. There is terracotta coping stones. And I know we were just distinguishing, we're using that line, and I know that at this point, at a staff level, we can ask for cast stone in lieu of terracotta copings, but we've just chosen that level just to make it easier in case for future, just in case something comes up with that floor.
So you're saying it's somewhat arbitrary at this point?
No,
that
it's not.
line?
No, it's specific.
Okay.
It's
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there a detail that marks a difference in elevation between
Sure,
those two?
you have that elevation. If you see where the
Can't
line
see.
is, it's right there. There's one setback that we've included in that upper portion. Between 12 and I'm forgetting offhand, but it's either 7 or 8. It's really brick. There's really no terracotta or any decorative pieces that are in that range. And I think it's around the 6th floor or the 7th floor where there's some decorative pieces. And that's north side as well as the
All right, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson?
On page 12, 22. Scroll back.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
If you could scroll back to page 12 out of 22, there's a detail,
Oh, the details?
a vertical buttress section.
That section. This one?
Uh,
Oh, no, I know what you mean. I see you. Yep.
Now, and you have the concrete sitting on the terracotta. The existing terracotta, is there an issue with just the weight?
No,
No.
no, this is lighter. This configuration and what we're proposing at the very, very top of the building will be at the top of those buttresses. That's going to
So you could
reduce
just-
the weight
just-
considerably.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Master, did you have a question?
So I know that you said that the terracotta and the cast stone has a similar weight, but I know you also said that at the upper levels at the top, weight is an issue. So are you saying that the thickness is also going to be the same with the terracotta and cast stone, and the weight is going to be the same?
Yeah, no, it's just to clarify, and this is the right slide for it. So at the very top of those buttresses, there are it's a 4-inch block of terracotta that's on the outside. Those are stacked around the entire buttress. Inside the buttress is somewhere around 6 feet long, 4.5 feet wide. That's all solid masonry for about 4 feet high, and that's just backup brick. And you can see on the image on the left, upper left, you can see the bottom of it it's corbelled, and so inside those buttresses it's hollow. See up inside of it, but at the very, very top it's a solid mass, and then there's a structural ring right at the bottom of that, where the solid part is, that holds it back into the building. And so that all has to come down in order to replace that structural ring. And then when we put it back, if we use terracotta, which are individual units, then we have to use something in the back, much like what was there. And then we're increasing the load or the weight at the very top of the buttress. If we can cast it, then we can put reinforcing rods. Either it's one continuous ring around, or it's a partial ring, and then we can tie it all together so that it's not necessary to have that core bling and then it's hollow.
Okay, Commissioner Chen.
So along with Commissioner Mastro's question, in this section of the masonry backup, is it visible to any of the visitors if you ever go up to that top portion?
No.
Okay, so it's strictly just backing and holding.
Correct.
Now, above the 12th floor for the, is it only in that section you wanted, or you would want to replace it with the replacement material throughout above the 12th?
So it's a master plan so that if in the future, well, that's the current project, which is at the very, very top, but it's also at the, at any other area, if there are other issues that crop up over the years. At that period of time in the 1920s, there was that massive race to construction. Who was going to have the higher building or the taller building? So this went up in roughly 18 months. And I can assure you that there were some shortcuts that were made, and the price is being paid today because a lot of the issues that are facing this building are deterioration, structural plan.
I forgot which commissioner was asking a great question before. You're going to replace these over time as a master plan. How do you ensure that the piece match consistently? Because, you know, if you go back to a couple of slides down on this thing, you can actually see the difference, right? I mean, continue like here.
Yeah, well, I mean, those were just samples, but this is actually a great slide right here. You can see, and you know what, I guess I can use this, right? So this upper portion right here was replaced. That's terracotta. If you look over here, these are lintels that we replaced with terracotta. The carbon staining that's on the building, it's there. It's not. I can't speak for the owners, but I'm pretty sure that they're not going to clean top of the building. It would be great. But
I have another.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, thank you. I have another question. If lead time weren't an issue, you know, we've had there have been lead time issues for various kinds of raw materials over the past, you know, 5 or 6 years, whether it's steel or glass or whatever. If lead time were not an issue, what would you use?
I would still present the cast material, certainly for the top of the buttresses, because I can reduce the weight. Even though the material weighs the same and the thickness is very similar, you can configure it differently. You can cast reinforcing rods inside of a cast material. You can't do that with terracotta, not without getting the material to explode during the
Are there areas that are not buttressed where you could just use the terracotta and not have that
and so
issue?
part of the application is it's when necessary. It's when the material is either degraded on its own, or it's been damaged by internal movement or anything that's been happening to it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought just for a second. Sorry. No, but what we've tried to do in the program that we've had is remove the piece, salvage the piece, and then put the piece back in. And that's what we have in this application. It's where it's necessary, where the piece is not salvageable. So it's really, the intent is not to just go in and start removing pieces. There is a number of pieces that are on this building and probably in these photographs where stones have been removed or units that have been removed and actually reinstalled. And in those you can't tell. If it's in good condition, you can salvage it. That's what we've been trying to do.
If there are no other questions, I think we'll move to Gregory Calla to begin taking public testimony.
Thank you, Corey. And we do have one person signed up to speak in person for this item, that being Jeremy Woodoff from the Victorian Society in New York.
Thank you. I'm Jeremy Woodoff, speaking for the Victorian Society, New York. This testimony also represents the views of the Art Deco Society of New York. The Victorian Society would not normally testify on a building of this date, but the Channon Building is such an important structure, we feel it's imperative to do so. Also, the question of when substitute materials are appropriate to use is of broad concern. The Victorian Society recognizes that the Channon's exposed location makes it very vulnerable to the damaging effects of weather. Work necessary to maintain a weather-tight condition, of course, should be done. However, we must question the applicant's decision to install a substitute material. We believe that for work in an individual landmark, materials should meet the highest standard. In this case, that means replacing like with like. Terracotta is still available and has a proven track record. Properly installed, it can last 100 or more years. And anyone who remembers previous efforts to use substitute materials at the Woolworth Building knows how badly some of these projects have gone. It's unclear from the presentation how closely the finish of the proposed concrete material will match that of the historic terracotta. If the terracotta is glazed, any surface finish applied to the concrete to attempt to match it will not last, and in any case, the cast stone will weather differently from terracotta. In the past, the need to reduce weight or address difficult construction conditions has provided the appropriateness basis for commission approvals of limited use of substitute materials. However, there appear to be no such extenuating circumstances at the Channon Building. The proposed replacement would encompass a very large proportion of the terracotta on the building. As we said at last week's hearing on the proposed substitution of LED lights for neon lights at the Apollo, the Commission should care about and encourage the retention of historic technologies and traditional craftsmanship and materials. It's a legitimate and we think critical role for a historic preservation agency to play. Preservation is about more than appearance alone. The use of real terracotta at this large and prominent building will help ensure that this material, which has contributed so much to American and New York architecture, does not disappear. In a building that's for the ages, a 1 or even 2 year delay in obtaining the materials should really not be an issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to speak on this item? Noting nobody has their hand raised, I will move to remote participants with their hand raised. One being Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. The Channon Building is an individual landmark and a building of particular prominence. This application proposes replacing the building's terracotta with substitute materials, which is neither appropriate nor necessary. Terracotta is commercially available, and the applicants can replace in kind, which is a benefit to the building, the public, and the terracotta industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'd like to ask the applicant if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Sure. So what I failed to mention, my apologies, in terms of what my background is, I have 35 years of experience in exterior restoration and preservation. I also teach construction technology and forensic architecture at the Spitzer School of Architecture, City College, both to the undergraduate and graduate programs. I have lectured on materials of construction and the science that goes behind them, their longevity, as well as the appropriateness of the material and how they actually age. Again, in my opinion, in my professional opinion, the cast stone material on the Channon building as an alternative material is the most appropriate with terracotta that needs to be replaced again above the 12th floor.
Hi, my name is Valerie Campbell. I'm with Kramer 11 and we're Land Use Council to the owner of the building. And I just wanted to point out one thing too. A 2-year delay, sorry, this is better. A 2-year delay in getting material is very significant in terms of the sidewalk bridge. Right now, this Channon building has had a sidewalk bridge up for many years. They did an amazing replacement of the frieze at the base of the building with terracotta. But they've lost their ground floor tenants. They have no ground floor tenants. The building has been shrouded with the sidewalks shed for years. And being able to get that shed off 18 months sooner will make a material difference in the vitality and the viability of this building as a landmark.
All right, thank you. And I believe Commissioner Jefferson has a follow-up question.
In terms of construction efficiency, is the concrete, just because of the way you could put it together, easier than to install than the terracotta?
And they're both installed essentially the same way. If it is one component of it, you have a little bit more flexibility in terms of reinforcement and attachment with the cast material.
Thank you.
Okay, I think there are no more questions in the room. Turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll close the hearing and begin our discussion now. So Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Oh.
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. And we have an application before us for a master plan for the replacement of terracotta in certain locations above the 12th floor with cast stone. And samples have been shown in the photos to show that the cast stone's color, texture, and how it replicates the terracotta. The applicant has also presented other individual landmarks where the agency, the commission, has approved substitute materials, cast stone or other materials. And we've had some discussion about other alternatives here today. I think that the main reasons put forth are the long lead time and the impact that has on the building for terracotta, as well as the weight to some extent in terms of how it can be installed. And I would also note that the commission adopted rules a few years ago that allow the staff to approve replacement alternate materials above a certain floor, with the idea that if it's up high and it's in discrete locations, it would not change the appearance of the building or the integrity of the building because it's in discrete locations. And so that is a staff level approval is eligible for buildings within a historic district. but not for individual landmarks. And so that's why this is before us today. And again, the applicant has shown us other examples of individual landmarks where the commission has approved alternate materials. And as I understand it from the presentation, this master plan identifies a maximum area of replacement with cast stone, but that the intent is to actually sort of remove and reinstall the terracotta pieces if possible, and only replace where needed with the cast stone. So I think we think of that proposal as a maximum amount, but it might be less. And again, it's above the street level and in discrete locations. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this one?
Yes, first I want to thank the applicant for a very thorough presentation and answer to our questions. I think this is appropriate. I would also add there's a real push in the city to take down sidewalk sheds. And so being able to get the shed down in 18 months to 2 years sooner, besides being an advantage for the building, is considered a plus for the streetscape of the city. So I think this is appropriate and I can approve it.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, if I may add, I mean, this is a underappreciated building because you're, across the street from Chrysler Building and then Grand Central, just slightly to the west of it. And, as somebody who walks through that area frequently, is obviously that what you appreciate is the ground floor. You look at the details, and so I agree with Commissioner Ginsburg that the sooner the sidewalks just come off this building, the greater appreciation, not just from economic sense, but from the appreciation of the ground floor details, and so I can find it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
So I appreciate all of the issues that buildings face today with replacing terracotta. I happen to live in a building with a lot of terracotta. We are doing local law 11 work. We're not as told, but we have height and we are replacing it all in kind. And actually we're doing it domestically. That's why I asked you the question, and the lead time is not as long. So I think we're using a consultant, a historic preservation consultant, and I believe they've recommended good consultants to us. So it might be worth another look. I always find it a little difficult when a building that is a landmark and one that is important. I do agree with Commissioner Chen that this is in a way an undervalued, underappreciated landmark because of where it's situated and what is around it. So I think that it is especially so my personal feeling is, number one, I think it's great that you're doing a master plan. Master plans for anything, I think we applaud. But I think that the words that you used, which are, when and where necessary, are very important. And I'm not sure of how that is determined, if that's determined in consultation with, working with our staff, because it can be kind of loosely interpreted or interpreted. And so I would like to recommend that that's done in consultation with staff when the applicant feels it is necessary to do a replacement. I don't, not, we'll see how other commissioners feel about that. I also, the whole issue of the height, 12 stories might be the right, amount of height in terms of visibility. And I guess for me, the preference would be, to move it up a little bit, but I can go along with what how the other commissioners feel about it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Well, I share Commissioner Lutby's comment about the preference for the original terracotta material replacement, although I do recognize the amount of scope challenges here on the building. They are retaining the bottom 12 floors, as I understood, in terracotta for replacement. So it is a tall building, and as some of the images were shown in the presentation, the view that we will have of this design, which is essentially a very flat facade, very vertical but flat facade and flat elements, is the reflection of light off of it as you look up. And therefore surface finish differences, and I don't know if there was a slight glazing on this terracotta originally or not, is my biggest concern. I'm fine with the material use. Cast stone is very flexible and easy to reinforce, attach, et cetera, et cetera. It's less costly as well and easier to get. I just want to make sure that the appearance, because it's at 12 floors up, is pretty high away, that the sheen and the finish of the material is feeling like it's not going to strike a line horizontally. And I made the point more than once. That is my biggest concern here. And I think the applicant needs to work with staff more to make that clear, that it is not intended to look different. It is intended to look the same, and that is going to be supported by this proposal of the 12th floor change. Definitely, if you were to pick architectural element as a way to make the change, it would be more consistent. There are many tower elements. You could have stopped at the top of one of those and changed volume. So I would just like them to work closer with staff on that aspect of the design proposal.
And it's a very good point. And I think while we always do require review and approval of samples in the field, I think making sure that it's up in the location where it's being proposed at any given time so that one can evaluate the reflection of the light is really important. So we'll build that.
Terracotta is a wonderful material. It was used traditionally a lot. And in fact, we've revived it in a big way. That's why it's back on the market, is new buildings are using terracotta again, and we love it.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Master.
Yeah, I want to say that Commissioner Chu raised some very good points. I can find this appropriate, and the reason is that I think above the 12th floor, if you do replace with cast stone, I don't think it's going to be discernible from the street. And also, it looks as if the applicant said that we have replaced other landmarked buildings with cast stone. And I think that's very persuasive for me. So I can find this appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson.
I can find this appropriate. I do think that the presentation was technically one of the best I've seen, and I learned a lot from it. But I find it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
This Shannon is a beautiful building, and while it would be nice to replace terracotta with terracotta everywhere, it's not always possible or the best solution in certain locations for different reasons. And we have approved the use of the cast stone in other locations, very prominent locations like the plaza. Well, not the plaza, that was the other material, but it's a similar driving force, which is both availability and in some ways flexibility. I was convinced very much by the discussion about configuring the area of the buttress, and being able to do that with a cast stone. And it will not be perceptible at this level. It's very clear both from photographs and in reality as you walk in the streetscape. So And I agree with others that it's important that it be only done, they were saying they were doing it only when necessary, where they could not restore the, the material. I don't think they were saying they would, and obviously only when the material starts to fail. They're not going to wholesale do any replacement. So I think I can approve it in this instance. I can support it.
Okay. All right, so I think we can make a motion to support this and approving this master plan for terracotta where needed above the 12th floor, contingent upon final review and approval of samples for each instance in its proposed location. So Commissioner Chu, would you make that motion?
Sure. In the case of LPC 2410-303, 374 Lexington Avenue, Channon Building, an individual landmark, an Art Deco style skyscraper designed by Sloan and Robertson and built in 1927 to 29. Application is to establish a master plan governing the future replacement of terracotta with substitute material. We note that the proposed master plan calls for replacing terracotta units inclined below the 12th floor. Staff further note that the addition to review samples to ensure a good match, and that staff will require submission of shop drawings for selected ornamental units prior to approving the use of cast stone for these elements. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed replacement cast stone units will be installed only above the 12th floor in the context of large cladding fields of brickwork and building setbacks, and that the use of cast stone in lieu of terracotta will not be discernible from the street below at this height. That the majority of the terracotta elements above the 12th floor consist of plain unornamented units, and that the cast stone replacement units will match the historic terracotta units in terms of placement, dimensions, color, profiles, textures, details, and finish. That the ornamental cast stone units will be fabricated from molds of historic terracotta units in order to maintain precise accuracy in replicating the historic dimensions, profiles, and details. That the establishment of this master plan will support the uniformity of the building's masonry facade elements over time, and that the work will support the long-term preservation of this individual landmark.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That's approved. Please continue to work with the staff on the final finishes and samples and details as you finalize the master plan. And we'll move to the next item.
Right, next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 24-04790, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1322, Lot 19, 243 East 48th Street in the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. This is a row house built in 1860 to 61 and then altered in 1920 to 23 by Edward Clarence Dean and William Lawrence Bottomley in the early 19th century English Regency Terrace style. The application is to construct a rear yard addition, alter the rear facade and garden walls, and excavate at the rear yard.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing this application, especially so close to lunch. I'll try to make this brief.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Paul Vandergrint. I'm a design architect for this project. I've been practicing in New York for 10 years, but this application represents my first significant commission under open practice. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Paul Vandergrint is the name. We're also joined by Ted Kane of Kane AUD, who's the executive architect on this project. So the project is 243 East 48th Street. It's part of the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. The photo on the left, you can see it in its current condition. which is partially brownstone and a brownstone stucco colored finish. This is one of 20 houses that form part of the district. What's unique about it is the communal garden that they share, which you can see at the center of the block. The house was originally built in 1861, but in the early 1920s, it was altered by Dean and Bottomley. And it was altered in a 19th century English terrace style, which is defined by this unifying light limestone stucco finish with black Regency style wood trimmed windows. This district got its landmark designation in 1966 with this style. Today, you can see at the top, that's East 48th, our side. The bottom is the other side of the block on East 49th. There's kind of a mix of those light stucco finishes as people reinterpret, restoring it to that 1920s style. Ours is this highlighted in red in that sort of brownstone, darker finish. So on the front, the proposal is to restore it back to that 1920s English Regency terrace style with a light limestone colored stucco finish. We are replacing the windows for performance and health reasons, but in the 6/6 Regency style again. The rear facade, which is a secondary facade, makes up the bulk of the proposal. Here you see it today with a yellowy gray stucco finish with patch cracks and some brick ties, which were put in place to restabilize the facade after a neighboring renovation. The proposal here is to have a bulkhead, which is 10 feet back. It's not visible from the front and very limited visibility to the interior. A handrail for safety for a small deck that's accessed on the top. The upper floor windows are again restored to that Regency style. And the first floor, which is visually second from the top here, we have a new French door and new casement windows within that Regency style, which are infilled with large wood trimmed plate glass to maximize the connection to the garden. We have a terrace on the top of an extension with the same metal handrail to match the style and language of the district, and then a 10-foot addition with a sloped metal roof, new door and casement window. So the rear extension is permissible by the covenant of the district, and it's defined by 10 feet above the existing sidewalk and 10 feet past the rear, which we are in compliance with. There are 8 precedents for these extensions within the district today. We would be the 9th. You can see the visual survey of them here. And so in plan, existing is above, proposed is below. We are extending the dining room out those 10 feet. And another thing to note in the plan is we are stepping down at the kitchen and stepping down at the dining room to increase the ceiling height, which is currently 7'6", up to 9'2". You can see in the illustrative view that maintenance of the character for the new French doors and the casement windows and the garden door and the garden casement with this new plate glass that seeks to create a better connection with the garden. The black of the addition is intended to tie in with the black trim of that Regency style. Here are some details of the new fenestration, and the intent here very much is to draw the size and the profiles of the wood trim from the existing house. Here's another quicker look or a deeper look at the proposal and it in section. Worth also noting here that the slope of the roof is to match the slope of the neighboring addition, which was a 2015 alteration that was approved by LPC. This scale of first floor fenestration, again, is precedented within the district. Here are 3 projects that demonstrate that. And this was the 2015 application of 241 East 48th, which was approved. And so it's a similar comparable scale of opening. The third scope on the rear that is a part of the application is a new step down within our individual garden. That's to accommodate the ceiling height increase on the garden level that I talked through in the plan. So there's already a few instances where you're stepping down to accommodate grade changes within the district. So in our case, we're stepping down 1'6" within the garden wall and stepping back up 3 steps to meet the existing grade of the garden. Those changes are held within the brick demising walls between gardens. And that's the application. Thank you very much. I'll return it to this view for discussion.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. I'll turn it over to Gregory Khaled to begin taking public testimony.
Thank you, Corey. We have one in-person speaker signed up for this item, that being Jeremy Woodruff from Victorian Society of New York. Jeremy?
Good afternoon again, Jeremy Woodruff for the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society supports most of the proposed work to construct a rear yard addition and alter the rear facade. The proposed addition will conform to the district's covenant in terms of depth and height and will align with and be similar in massing to its neighbors. However, we find that the proposed fenestration pattern does not conform to either the style of the existing fenestration at this building or to the other houses in the district shown in photos the applicant has provided. The existing house has multi-light windows on the front and rear facades arranged in symmetrical patterns. The other houses shown all have multi-light windows, and most are in symmetrical patterns, including at their rear additions. The applicant's fenestration arrangement, with a pair of off-center French doors and large single-light windows in different sizes, flanked by multi-light windows which are so skinny they can only be seen as a token gesture, detracts from the formal balance of this building. It is not in keeping with this house, its neighbors, or this very small district. We urge the Commission to require the applicant to devise a symmetrical window pattern using multi-light sash more prominently. The presentation includes elevations and notes for a proposed rooftop bulkhead and HVAC addition. There is no roof plan, visibility diagram, or mock-up. How is this proposed work to be reviewed? Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? I see there are no hands raised, so I will now go to remote testimony. First we'll be hearing from is Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. UGC finds the bulk of this addition appropriate, but notes that the surrounding additions, while stylistically various, are characterized by symmetrical groups of 2 or 3 punched openings, which this proposed addition lacks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any additional hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask the applicant if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Yes, please. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I think there are two comments. One is on the asymmetrical composition, and the other is on the articulation of the opening. On the asymmetry, currently, there is an asymmetrical condition at the garden level, which is something that you see throughout the district, and it's very much a response to the functional nature of the interior of the buildings. And we've reiterated that on the garden level. On the first floor, we have 3 rooms that are enfilade, and this is very much in line with that axis. And at 20-foot wide, we would limit the usability of the interior space if we were to incorporate a second double door here. And so, while we're very much interested in incorporating the character of the house itself, we are also trying to make a functional project for the owner and to try to bring this into contemporary life. In terms of the painting, we are trying to only do what is necessary. The existing character of the renovations that you see in the district feel a little anachronistic in terms of the ways in which they're citing the Regency style. And so here we're trying to cite the style on strictly the operable elements, so the doors and the casement windows, to provide the necessary access and necessary fresh air. And where the panel is fixed, we are trying to, again, take a contemporary approach and only frame what is needed to create that light connection.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any last questions? Not seeing any questions in the room. Turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. So Commissioner Master, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll begin our discussion. As we've heard, there is work occurring on the front facade, which includes restoration and is eligible for staff level review. So we are looking at the changes to the rear facade, which include the combining openings and creating the new opening at the parlor floor and the sort of bump out with the canopy at the basement level, and the excavation right in front of the grade right in front of the bump out, which then terraces back up at the point where the private gardens meet the common garden, and it then meets the grade there. Applicant has shown other similarly sized sort of one-story bump out additions within the block, and we've heard testimony on the design of these components. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Chapin, would you start this one?
Sure, thank you. Well, this is a nice little project, and in general, I think it's what they're trying to do is fine. I do think that the expanse of glass doesn't reflect what's going on in general in the lower levels in these other buildings, and also, the upper level. But there's no need to replicate the Regency look. I don't think that the applicant was concerned about. But I think adding perhaps some, I would suggest, and others might have some good suggestions, adding some mullions just to make some divisions in the glass would achieve make it a little more sympathetic. And wouldn't really interfere with any of their internal design or other issues, and might also, depending on how they balance the mullions, it could help with the asymmetry issue and give it a little bit more symmetrical sense. Though I'm not so concerned about that, but it could be part of the solution. So I'd just like to see a little more division of the windows, and they could work with the staff on that, in my opinion. So, otherwise, I think it's perfectly approvable.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree with Commissioner Chapin, work on the windows, but besides that, appropriate.
Okay. Commissioner Chen?
Same here.
And Commissioner Lutfi?
Yeah, I agree. I think the first two floors, the windows should relate to each other. And they should speak to the windows above, but they do not have to replicate them, and they do not need to replicate exactly what the neighbors are doing.
Okay. Commissioner Chu?
Similar thoughts. There was one view shown of the addition from the main facade, but the applicant should work with staff to prove that the rooftop addition isn't that visible. It wasn't clearly documented. On the rear facade, I would agree. It's really, to me, it's the second floor that needs to work with the above floors of the existing facade. And I might recommend that they retain the width of those two double doors are on the existing rear, and this work in that window. That's it.
Commissioner Master?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think everything is appropriate and approvable. The first two floors are somewhat problematic. The asymmetry, the large pane of glass, I think that perhaps they can work with staff to make sure that it's a little bit more cohesive with the rest of the building.
Okay. And Commissioner Jefferson?
Yeah, I agree with most of the comments. I'm trying to figure out how would this three-dimensional two floors that's attached to the wall would work. And it's inventive. It's very inventive what they did. But I don't see how they could change it to make it relate with the existing facade. It's going to be difficult. But I think the second floor, if the second floor was simplified, maybe the lower level, the basement level could be left as is.
Okay. All right, so I think we have a consensus to support this with the condition that they continue to work with the staff to restudy the fenestration pattern to better relate to the context. So Commissioner Chapin, would you make that motion?
Okay, thank you. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 24-04-790-243 East 48th Street, Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. A row house built in 1860 to 1861 and altered in 1920 to 23 by Edward Clarence Dean and William Lawrence Bottomley in the early 19th century, English Regency terrace style. Application is to construct a rear yard addition, alter the rear facade and garden walls, and excavate the rear yard. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Turtle Bay Gardens Historic District. I also note that the buildings within this historic district were holistically redesigned in the 1920s, which included removal of the stoops and stuccoing over the facades in a light color, and a design for a shared green space at the center of the block that still exists, and that there is a covenant amongst the building owners that sets limits for the size of rooftop and rear yard additions, and that this proposal abides by those covenant restrictions. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition is in keeping with the depth and height of other rear yard additions found within the block's central green space, that the addition's sloped roof and picket railing will recall elements that exist at other small-scale additions on the block, that the excavated area of the rear yard will be limited to the immediate area adjacent to the addition and will not impact the shared garden space within the block, and that the granite cladding on the retaining walls will be limited to that excavated location, and that the proposed excavation will be completed in compliance with Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the building's facades and those of adjacent buildings. However, I find that the proposed large spans of glass and asymmetrical configuration of the windows at the first and second floors are atypical of houses in this district, which among other things was designated for its shared garden space and how the rear facades relate to the gardens and each other. Therefore, I recommend that the applicant work with the staff on the design of the window openings to better relate the house to the and the others in the row, including studying the symmetry and some divisions of the windows. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
and Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
So that's approved with, and please continue to work with the staff on the fenestration pattern. And so commissioners, we're going to try to keep moving ahead while we can. So we're going to move to the next item.
Right, next item is public hearing item number 4, LPC 24-08232. An application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1166, lot 161, 256 West 75th Street in the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. This is a Queen Anne style row house designed by William J. Merritt and built in 1885 to 86. And the application is to legalize and modify the installation of doors and cladding at the stoop without LPC permits, and to legalize the installation of windows and modifications to the rear facade in non-compliance with Certificate of Appropriateness 20-06470.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Roberto Ciliberto, LPC staff. The proposal before you is an application to legalize work completed in non-compliance with a certificate of appropriateness issued on September 3rd, 2020. The approved work consists of constructing a rooftop and rear yard additions, modifying the front facade by reconstructing the original pediment and upper frieze above the cornice, which also served to hide the addition, replacing all windows with wood windows with profile brick molds, repainting the coated facade with a matte paint to match the existing, and removing the non-historic ironwork at the front door. Certain work that was completed in non-compliance will be addressed at staff level. The facade was painted with a semi-gloss paint, and the paint will be removed. The decorative metal pediment was installed with shingles instead of the decorative metal tiles, and it will be redone to match the historic photos. The pre-existing non-historic steel and glass door was replaced in kind rather than just repaired, and the applicants will be removing that and installing a new paired wood panel door to match the historic. We see this is the example of the proposed new door. The commissioners are here being asked to review the following non-compliant work that does not meet the rules for a staff level approval. At the front facade, aluminum windows were installed without brick molds and set closer to the front facade than the historic conditions. The applicants are proposing to add wood brick molds and have prepared a mock-up. So we see on the left what was presented, and on the right what is installed, and the black
portion is what is now proposed to mimic the brick mold. And we see here the installed new windows, which we can see is closer to the plane of the facade, and the mock-up for the brick mold to recall the historic design. The stoop steps and landings were clad with granite tiles, and the applicants would like to retain this condition. We see on the left a condition before work was performed, a picture, a designation, and on the right instead the condition as built. At the rear, the top floor brick facade was demolished and rebuilt 4 feet taller than the original facade. And the top floor openings were built 1 foot higher than the original ones. And few minor changes were made in the design of the rooftop addition and chimneys. This is a result of the leveling of the original roof slope, which was taller at the front. The applicants are requesting to legalize the condition as is. We can see on the left the original condition, on the in the middle what it was approved at the public hearing, and on the right what was built and the existing condition as per today. We can see here the former top floor of the building. There was a slope of the roof from the front facade to the rear, and the result of leveling this roof line is rebuilding the rear top floor facade 4 feet higher. The pictures here on the left show the conditions before work, and on the right what is built. You can see on the left that the 2 buildings, the one and the adjacent building towards east, were aligned. On the right instead we see that they're not aligned anymore. We have the brick facade reconstructed with savage brick, but the openings were 1 foot higher, and we can see the lintel line, and the overall brick facade is 4 feet taller. More pictures to show the differences in between before and after. And for context, the rear of the building is not visible from any public thoroughfare. The house is no longer part of a row, and the block contains several large apartment buildings, including the one next door. And the architect is here to respond to any questions if you have any.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So why was this not built according to plans? Or if someone wanted to change the plans, why wasn't that reviewed with staff at the time? In other words, why do we have violations now?
So why wasn't this application being amended when you realized that it was?
Can you speak closer to the microphone and state your name?
Benjamin John, I'm the applicant, I'm the architect of record, and we had some mistake in the under the structural work. I actually basically assumed that we replaced the joist, like a wood joist to C joist or something, but they in the site for some reason the contractor and structure engineer had a meeting that we need one concrete beam, and I should have like involved the structure meeting, but they made just a decision that they raised the building with the new concrete like a beam on top of it. It's just 1 story above it, so I assume that is C joist will be enough. But inside they have some like a different decision, and then when I went there, the structural work is already done. So it's raised like a little bit more, and then on top of it we have some roof detention, like some plumbing code from DEP, and then he even finished the floor even a little bit more than that.
Can I ask just that we lower the microphone for the applicant, because the 2 of us on Zoom and other members of the public won't be able to hear what you're saying. Yeah, please go ahead again.
Okay, so from the beginning, okay. We actually made a mistake that while we do structural work, I just assumed that in the architectural drawing we just replace the wood joist to C-joist or something, so we can keep the same level of a roof. But while the structure engineer and then contractor work for their structure on top of a roof, they made about a 1 foot concrete beam on top of like a existing parapet wall, and they raised the building height. But I'm pretty sure they just matched the building height at the front side of the wall. They didn't increase the height more than that. And then I think there's another difficulty is that there's a party wall on the south side. So I think if we like a break the wall is just a right neighbor behind the wall. So I think there's a lot of difficulty there. And I should have involved that the structure meeting, but I unfortunately I missed it and then I didn't realize it. So it's all about the structural work, I think. So in the job site, they have many difficulty. So.
Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Jefferson?
On the replacement door, why not replace it with the approved door, the previously approved door? Why this new door?
So originally there was no approved door. It was just a modification of the existing by removing the ironwork on top of it. But instead, they decided to proceed with a different door, which was mimicking what was their designation rather than the historic wood door. And they presented, and we can see it here. So it's similar to the metal door that was their designation, which was not historic. What happened is when they presented at the community board, they rejected this new door, and now they are coming forward with a wood door that is historically appropriate.
And just to clarify that the new door being proposed meets the staff level rules. So that's actually not before you because it's restoration work at this point with those changes and would match the historic door. Any other questions? Okay, we'll now turn it to Gregory Calla to begin taking public testimony.
Thank you, Corey. We have one sign up in person beforehand, that being Jeremy Woodoff from Victorian Society in New York. Jeremy Woodoff.
Thank you again, Jeremy Woodoff for the Victorian Society, New York. The proposed replacement wood and glass doors are being copied from a house that is not part of the same row as this house, but was built by the same builder at approximately the same time. We think it's reasonable to base the new doors on this design, especially as there doesn't appear to be a photograph of the historic door at 256. However, the work done to resurface the stoop is inappropriate and should not be approved. The granite material is wrong, as is the use of what appear to be relatively small tiles. An attempt should be made to determine the original material of the stoop, we guess limestone or bluestone, and reconstruct the stoop to match the historic details and jointing. Another approach is to remove the tiles and resurface the stoop with an appropriate stucco mix, a condition found frequently on stoops in many historic districts. It appears that the rear facade as built is not very different from what was approved, and we do not find that the appropriateness of the design is affected one way or the other by the as-built condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have a couple of remote participants. So first we'll be hearing from Megan Fitzpatrick from Landmark West. Megan Fitzpatrick, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. So please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee vehemently opposes legalization of work installed without LPC permits. The practice of legalizing alterations after the fact, in essence, penalizes property owners who often go to great lengths to comply with landmarks regulations by rewarding those who flout the law. The applicant is no stranger to legalizations, as this landmark received a permit in 2019 to restore the illegally removed historic roof. Yet recognizing this basis for their permit, still choose to deviate from their now approved plans. Our committee believes it would be remiss of the Commission to encourage the continuation of approving illegal work in violation of the rules done right under the community's nose. The attention this landmark deserves was again denied in various aspects which seemed to just happen and showed no respect to LPC process by continuing to alter this building without proper permits. The relationship across this small row of two is unfortunately further lost through extensive alterations at the rear, but now illegal changes at the facade emphasize these dissimilarities even further. We are, however, glad to see the applicant make appropriate changes to the front door. Our committee recommends that the Commission not legalize this work. Further, we urge the LPC to pay particular close attention to this landmark so these mistakes do not continue to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. Lucy Levine, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. Please unmute your line and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is glad that the applicant is remediating their front door, but finds the granite cladding installed without permits inappropriate and asks the Commission not to legalize it. Blue stone is appropriate here. The back facade should match what was approved. There is no reason that the applicant should not be able to carry out approved plans, and certainly no reason that they should pursue projects without permits. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do not see any further hands raised, so I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval of the additional height of the rooftop addition as appropriate to the structure, and the Historic District approval of the granite front steps as appropriate to the structure in the Historic District, and denial of the front entrance door design as inappropriate to the structure and the Historic District. And with that, I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you very much. And just to address the community board's last comment, that as we've heard, the proposal for the front door is to now recreate the historic door, and that's being reviewed at staff level. So I'd like to ask the applicant if you'd like to respond to any of the other comments we've heard. Please remember to speak into the microphone.
Oh, hi, this is Elliot Bogart. I'm the owner of the property, and I just would like to say that this is a 120 years old building. The structural integrity is very important. So except for architect, we use the engineer, and we put very heavy metal beams to support the top floor. And that is the main reason that increase of the back structure height, but it was completely complied to all the structural design, and facade was not touched, only the back of the property. That's why that increase happened. And for the front door, we would like to hear your opinion, of course, and we will put the door that will be approved by the committee.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any last questions? Not seeing any questions in the room. Turn it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let's close the hearing and begin our discussion. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing is closed. And unfortunately, work has taken place that is in non-compliance with a permit we issued, which is very frustrating as we all work very hard, staff and the commissioners, on every approval and review every detail. And to have things change in the field in this way is frustrating. Having said that, we don't our enforcement system isn't punitive, and that we don't make decisions based on whether we think the action was a bad action. We have to make a decision based on appropriateness of those features, factors that are in violation. And so we review them as if we were looking at them for the first time and make a determination. And so there are a few different components. At the front, there are the commission approved aluminum sash windows with a wood brick mold, and the applicant installed them closer to the plane of the facade than was originally shown in the drawings, and did not put on a brick mold. They are proposing to correct that by adding the brick mold. They are seeking to legalize granite cladding on this previously stone stoop, that the underlying material is some stone, and that they are proposing to legalize reconstructing the top floor, which was to remain in place, and raising it because the roof height has been leveled. And that included a taller parapet and taller windows. As Roberto pointed out, it's not part of a row. It's a building within a block with many large apartment buildings. So that context may help you as you evaluate this. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Jefferson, would you like to start this one?
Sure. If this is frustrating for the staff, it was extremely frustrating for me, because let's start with the door. I was concerned about why they selected the door they selected, and I finally got a reasonable response. And I can legalize, I can accept the door that is proposed. I cannot accept the stairs. I think it's the wrong material. I agree with the staff, it's the wrong material, and it should reflect the historical quality of this building. That's the front facade. The back facade, I agree with staff, and I agree with the issues that came up, that maybe it's almost appropriate, and we could accept the windows, and it's not visible from public thoroughfare, so I can accept the staff proposition and what to do with the windows and the materiality. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Master.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Jefferson. Starting from the rear facade, I think that it's not visible, so the increased height is okay. The changes to the, I guess, the brick molding is okay. So the rear facade is fine. The front facade, I think it's fine, but I don't think that the stoop material is appropriate. I think they should change that, perhaps to stucco or something else.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
Again, very disappointed about having things done without approval. I think the only change is the granite on the front steps is not acceptable, and it should be a bluestone or something else that is more appropriate, and they should work with staff to work that out.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I'm in agreement here.
Commissioner Lutfi.
I'm in agreement as well. I just want to echo the call to please not take matters into your own hands. All you have to do is reach out to us, out to staff, and explain the challenges that you're facing. And, you know, they understand, and they will work with you. And then we won't have to drag you in, and we won't have to all be frustrated by the situation.
Completely agree. Commissioner Chu.
Yes, and I support Jeannie's comment and agree. If this was a part of a row and not one of just 3 houses in the middle of mass buildings, would not have been okay with the rise of the exterior, the rear of the facade, because it is not visible and the mass of the context is so large. I think it's okay. But I agree that the granite materials is not appropriate and that the applicant needs to work with staff on the right material of application there.
Okay. Agree completely. And I think, again, because this is not part of a row, and part of this context of larger apartment buildings, this can be found appropriate, but I cannot reiterate the importance of reaching out to the staff. If this were part of a row, a consistent row of buildings or a different context, we might very well have not approved this or found it to be appropriate, which would involve significant deconstruction of the work that you've done. So it's always important to make that call first. So I think what we have support to approve most aspects, but we will deny the granite material on the stoop. So Commissioner Jefferson, would you read the motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC -24 -08232, West End Collegiate Historic District Extension, application to legalize and modify the installation of doors and cladding of the stoop without Landmark Preservation Commission permits, and to legalize the installation of windows and modification to the rear facade in non-compliance with Certificate of Appropriateness 20-06470. That text. I note that the building style, scale, material, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historical character of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the rear facade is not visible for any public thoroughfare. It is not part of an intact row. Therefore, the reconstruction of the top floor, my voice is that low. Huh? The modification of the top floor, the modification of the window openings, and the increased height of the masonry above the windows did not interrupt an intact pattern of top floor or detract from the special character of the building or the building historic district. That the installation of the modified brick mold at the new 1/1 double hung metal windows at the front facade will recall the historic profile, and the windows will otherwise match the operation, configuration, and finish of the historic windows. And that the proposed work will not and did not detract from the significant historic or architectural features of the West End Collegiate Historic District Extension. However, I find that the granite tile is not a typical cladding material for stoops on buildings of this age, type, and style. Therefore, I recommend that the granite tile cladding at the stoop be removed and the steps be resurfaced with stucco to match the color and surface texture of the underlying stone.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Lutfi, Commissioner Master.
Aye.
8 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
All right, so that is partially approved. Please continue to work with the staff to resolve the stoop. And commissioners, I know we are very behind schedule and trying to make up some of that time. So if you can bear with us, we'll get through one more item before we break. Corey, I'll let you read it into the record.
Right, and that's item number 5, LPC 24-06970, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1932, lot 16, 321 Washington Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is a Romanesque revival style row house built in 1890, and the application is to alter window openings and modify the areaway.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? My name is Tilly Montgomery. I'm a partner at Chisholm Montgomery Architects, and we're working on the proposed renovations to 321 Avenue in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn. I have the owners here with me as well today. So the key project goals are to create a 2-bedroom apartment at basement level and to establish a certificate of occupancy for the building that reflects a 3/1 2-family configuration. The building does not currently have a C of O. The 321 Washington is located on the east side of the Clinton Hill Historic District, highlighted in blue here. It is a Romanesque revival circa 1890 building on a highly variegated block, Washington Avenue with DeKalb to the north, Lafayette to the south. One of the first steps we took was to go through an initial review with the Department of Buildings to confirm and recognize the story's basement status. There was a 1955 I-card that said otherwise, but the elevation survey and the historic documentation show that it is in fact a basement. So we're proposing 2 key modifications related to turning this basement into a 2-family or a 2-bedroom unit. One is we're proposing to enlarge the windows by dropping the sills. These are the 2 windows on the front facade adjacent to the stoop, as well as to reconfigure the steps, partly related to the need to lower the elevation a bit. So here in plan, you can see on the left, the existing stair highlighted in blue, and the proposed on the right, highlighted in blue is the excavated area, no more than 30 inches deep to accommodate the lowered sills. And I say no more than 30 inches because we did not want to have to block the view with an additional railing in front. So here you can see a close-up section parallel to the facade with the existing windows and their wrought iron guards as they are now in relationship to the stair. And on the right, the proposed excavation and lowering of the sills. We're proposing to keep the window guards in their existing location so that from the street, their appearance does not change. This is a diagram showing how we arrived at that window enlargement. So the existing rough opening is 12 square feet, but we need those 2 windows to be at least 12 square feet in glazed area. And we're proposing that each of them is 13.25 square feet in glazed area to meet the requirements of the floor plan. Here, if you have questions about the window details, we can get into that. I've been working with Timothy and talking about the detailing of the window. The existing brick mold is still in situ, along with this, what I understand to be the original wrought iron window guard, but it is 2.5 inches wide, and that is sort of in balance. We have to hold that in balance with how far we're lowering the sill. Here's a view from the sidewalk showing very minimal visual change through the existing railings and a pair of photographs, again, to sort of illustrate that the windows are tucked behind the planted area of the areaway. We're proposing no changes to the plantings. And then a view from the north and from the south. And I have additional images for reference should it be needed during the discussion. This is a close-up of the 2 basement windows. Highlighting the character-defining features of the facade and all of the floor plans. Again, should you have any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Not seeing any questions in the room or on Zoom, ask Gregory Calla to begin taking public testimony.
Thank you, Corey. I did not receive any signups beforehand for this item. If anybody would like to speak on this item in the room, please raise your hands now. Noting that nobody raised their hands in the room, and I do not see any attendees in the Zoom with their hands raised, so I will bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there is no testimony on this item. Commissioners, are there any final questions? If not, I think we'll move to our discussion. And I'll ask Commissioner Chapin if you'd make a motion to close the hearing. Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
Mr. Chapin is muted at the moment.
Yeah, I lost contact there.
Oh, sorry. Would you make a motion to close the hearing?
Sure. Motion to close the hearing.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. This is an application to modify the areaway slightly to create a different entry down to the basement level under stoop entrance. And in doing that, lengthening the basement windows slightly and cladding the exposed wall with a stucco to match the surrounding treatment on the facade. And I would note that, you know, we do have rules that allow the staff to modify areaways in terms of the step and the configuration of the steps of the excavation and the planting areas. And this doesn't qualify because of the lengthening of the windows. So that is really the reason that it is before us. I think these are very deep yards, so that's something that you can consider as you evaluate this application. Commissioner Chen, would you start this one?
Yeah, I step out of the room, so I would defer to others.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I think this is appropriate. No issues.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Master.
Yeah, I agree. And with the plantings, all the changes are minimally visible.
And Commissioner Jefferson.
I think this is appropriate, and they did something really special. They kept the window guards, and I thought that was just a wonderful touch.
It's nice. All right, does anyone have a different opinion or an additional thought?
No.
Okay, so then I think we can go to our motion. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make the motion?
Yep. With regards to LPC 24-06970, 321 Washington Avenue, Clinton Hill Historic District. A Romanesque revival style row house built in 1890. Application is to alter window openings and modify the areaway. I note that the building style, scale, material details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill District. I recommend approval, finding that the expansion of the areaway and installation of new steps will not require the removal of any historic paving and will not damage any significant architectural features of the building, that the areaway alterations will allow for better access to the basement entrance and will facilitate the conversion of the basement into a separate apartment, that the vertical expansion of the basement window openings will require the removal of only a small amount of plain stone for a larger opening to allow for legal light and air in the basement windows, that the house was not designed as part of a row. Therefore, the modest lengthening of the windows by lowering the sill will not interrupt the rhythm of the fenestration of the streetscape, and the historic window guards will be retained, thereby preserving these distinctive features, and that the alterations will be seen across a deep areaway with planting beds in the foreground, thereby diminishing their visual impact on the streetscape.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second,
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
aye.
8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for hanging in there. We're going to break for lunch now for 30 minutes. We'll come back at 2:20 and resume with the final 2 items of the day. So we'll ask all members of the public to exit the hearing room and to voluntarily exit the Zoom meeting at this time, so that if you wish to return this afternoon, you don't have technical difficulties that might arise if we have to remove you. And we'll see everybody at 2:20. Thank you.